really, really animated and focused conversation with Jose Barrios.
Ben, we're going to let you run. I look forward to your call. It's one of my favorite cities. It's one of my favorite parks, and it's pretty much my favorite time of the year, man. Have a good call.
Hey, thank you so much. This place is going to be rocking tonight. There are thousands of visible Blue Jay fans in here, so it's going to be an awesome atmosphere in 20 minutes.
Take care. I guess a lot of folks from Manitoba and Saskatchewan probably made their way down there. Manitoba's got a provincial election today, so and you know what? God's honest truth, they set a record for early voting, so maybe all those early voters in Manitoba went down to Minneapolis. You surprised that Jose Barrios is getting a call in Game 2?
Yeah, a little. I mean, it's not always what have you done for me lately? Because lately, Bassett's been better. It seems to me like it was more about what did you do in May against the Twinkies? And I look, they both give up homers to lefties. That's the one thing, right? It's Bassett's giving up 21 of the 28 homers is to lefties. What's Barrios is 16 to 25. That's a lot. The secondary stuff has to be really good, and it's the cutter and the sinker combination that Bassett has, I think, for me anyway, would give him a little bit of the nod. But I think to go where they want to go, they're going to need both of them. And it just seems like for whatever reason, it's what have you done for me in May and not lately. So, yeah, look, was I surprised? Yeah, a little, but this is sort of what it is. They got three guys they have a lot of confidence in, and other than Gausman, they'll use the other two however they want to use the other two.
How much of this do you think comes from the fact that Barrios did not pitch last year in the postseason? I understand.
I hope not. Look, it's about winning now. I think we're going to have a whole different conversation if they get beat by the Twins in this series. I think it is all about winning. I don't think they care what they did last year with any of these dudes. It's past giving the guy, that was your best pitcher most of the year that first start. No, it's about giving the best pitcher you have the best start and the best start. So, yeah, I hope not. I hope it's more about they think matching up wise that he gives you a better chance to either keep it going or cancel it and move on to the next series. So that's the way I'm going to think about it anyway.
The Twins have got two real key players in their lineup coming off injuries. Royce Lewis is hitting third. Carlos Correa, of course, who, much like George Springer, made his postseason bones with the Houston Astros. I mentioned Correa hasn't played since September 18th. Royce Lewis since the 19th. Rocco Baldelli said they got a lot of live BP. They got a lot of simulated game action, et cetera, et cetera. Is that good enough going into the postseason?
Yeah, I bet none of them dudes throw Kevin Gausman split finger.
I was going to say, yeah.
This is what you can't make up for the located fastball, the extra gear of being in the playoffs, and that tunneling, longer, breaking harder split finger. If he has, again, those two things, I don't think it matters who's in the lineup. That's for me is when he's had to work, labor, gives up runs, you're seeing 92s, 93s. Hopefully today you're not seeing those. It's from the gate. Soon as he throws his first one, it's 95, 96. And when he needs it, 99. That's what you need to see.
It's time for Between the Lines, brought to you by Bet Rivers. It's a whole new game. The next voice you hear will be the voice of our producer, Mark Boffo. Hello, Boffo.
What's up, guys? All right, Game 1 is here, and we're taking a look at the starters, Kevin Gausman, Pablo Lopez. Bet Rivers has each of their strikeout totals set at 6.5 strikeouts each. Ooh. So how do you think Gausman will do, and how do you think Pablo Lopez will do? Over, under 6.5 Ks.
Both of these guys, they're the league leader in strikeouts. The Twinkies, they do love them some strikeouts, don't they, Kevin? Jays less so. I don't know how to go here. I don't know how to go here, man. It is a postseason. Yeah, you and I probably. I don't think. I take the under for Lopez. I think I might take the over for Gausman. I expect the dominant start from Kevin Gausman today. I just do.
He's got 6 full days of rest. He's got 2 dudes who haven't played in forever. Mm-hmm. He's facing a lineup that struck out more than anybody or any team in baseball. That, for me, screams 8, 9, 10 punchies. Now, the Jays, to their credit, they don't strike out a ton, even when they do face really good pitching that Pablo Lopez has. And I'll say this again, if they just don't overthink it, right? I don't want to say see ball, hit ball, because for whatever reason, people tend to roll their eyes
That's
when
too
they hear
simple.
that.
That's too simple in this day and age, Kevin. You know that. It's too simple.
Okay, if I'm seeing a dude or nobody else can hit the changeup, the sweeper, or the curveball, I'm probably going into this thing thinking to myself, I'm probably not going to try and hit that. Let's simplify it. Maybe look right down the middle, get it ready to hit, put your A swing on it consistently. So I'll take the over for Gausman. I'll take the under for Lopez. How's that?
That was Between the Lines, brought to you by Bet Rivers. It's a whole new game. There are 4 games on the slate today. The Texas Rangers are leading Tampa Bay 1-0 in the 5th inning. They've got the bases loaded. And Arizona-Milwaukee will go at 7:08. I like the Diamondbacks in that series, Kevin. I don't know about you. I like the Diamondbacks in that series. Miami and Philadelphia, that goes at 8 o'clock. We will have that game on Sportsnet 590, The Fan. I mean, with all due respect to Jason Stark saying that the Marlins lefty pitchers could give the Phillies trouble. I got the Phillies winning that series in 2. I'm going Phillies in 2 in that series. I'm going Arizona in 3 in Milwaukee. I got the Jays beating Minnesota in 3. And I had Tampa Bay beating the Rangers in 2 games. And I'm gonna stick with that, although looks like Texas got some starting pitching today.
Yeah.
What do you think? How do you think the series goes? Jays Twins.
Yeah, I think the Jays are going to win both of them. I really thought about that and thought maybe it's Jays in 3. But for me anyway, I think a lot of this is going to be determined on who wins game 1, especially, Paul Molitor brought up a great point that, it's if this team, the Twins, lose the first one, they're a part of the 18.
They're part
right?
of it. 18 becomes 19. Yep.
Absolutely. So, this is very important. And I just think Kevin Gausman is going to be a horse, and I think they're going to score runs. So I think it's Jays in 2 for me anyway.
Miami, Philly.
Yeah, I think it's Philly in 2. I just think they have too much power.
Arizona and the Milwaukee Barkers, team close to your heart, team that drafted you.
I think the Brewers only got 1 starting pitcher, so I'm going to take the Diamondbacks in 3.
And Texas and Tampa?
I'll take Tampa because, I tried to talk about the Jays staying away from the Rays. I'm sure not going to bet against them now, so I'll take the Rays in 3.
Edouard Julien, left-handed hitter, will be the leadoff hitter for the Minnesota Twins, product of Quebec City. He's had a really good rookie year. Kevin is a very low chase rate, among the lowest chase rates in baseball. He sees a lot of pitches. Will we learn anything about Kevin Gausman from that first at-bat? Lefty hitter. Yes, he's a rookie, but lefty hitter, doesn't chase much.
Yeah, I think that's hard. Look, it's playoff time. Like, controlling the heartbeat is a thing. I think asking that question is not fair. I think it's like that maybe second time through where everybody sort of gets in the flow. I will say this with Kevin Gausman. Look at his finish. Look for the fastball being straight. If it's straight and doesn't have run to it, that will tell you that he's more thinking about finishing his pitches and locating his pitches and having good, the ball coming off the finger the way it's supposed to, and you'll get the best out of Kevin. So it's not a great question, but, yeah, look for those 3 things.
Well, 4:38 will be the first pitch. Pablo Lopez firing it to the Blue Jays. Kevin Gausman on the mound for the Blue Jays. Game 1 of the best-of-3 AL wildcard series at Target Field. Twinkies have lost 18 consecutive games. Let's see if the Jays can make it 19. Either way, we will be back following the game with Blue Jays talk. Enjoy the baseball.
From From the City News 680 Traffic Center, I'm Asher Roth. Westbound 403 approaching the Lincoln Alexander Parkway in Hamilton. Traffic spotters tell us the right lane is blocked because of a multi-car pileup. It's jammed from 6 North to approaching the link. We still have this crash on the southbound 427 express ramp to the Gardner. It's blocking the left shoulder and the right lanes. It's jammed from Burnham Thorpe in both the express and collectors. And southbound 400 south of Mapleview, there's another crash blocking the 2 right lanes. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
The Toronto Oktoberfest, presented by Erdinger Weissbier at Old Fort York this Friday and Saturday. German culture, German food, German beer, German music, German fun. Holy schnitzel. You'll go now to TorontoOktoberfest.ca. The Toronto Oktoberfest, presented by Erdinger Weissbier.
I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and we're talking about the changing color of the leaves. There's red and yellow and...
The only color I see is orange.
Oh, because that's the color of Kubota.
You've caught on after all these years.
Thank you?
Leaves may be falling now, but in a few short months, it's going to be snow. And if you're in the business of clearing parking lots or sidewalks, we've got a Kubota tractor for you.
Because Coy Brothers is the largest Kubota dealer in Canada. Get your Kubota today at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
Grab a spoon, class. Dream Coach Max here, showing you how to cook up bigger dreams. A tasty start, but Tuesday's Lotto Max jackpot of an estimated $40 million could make this dream dish more delish.
Okay, I'll add a soupçon of luxury living. Et voila! A decadent fondue to serve overlooking my backyard ski hill.
Mmm, dreamy. This Tuesday's Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $40 million. Why dream to the min when you can dream to the max?
At Real Canadian Superstore, this week, get a 5 to 7 kilo frozen turkey for only $24. Perfect for keeping your wallet stuffed this Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble. Offer ends October 4th. Only at Real Canadian Superstore.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
When you choose Air Canada, the world is within easy reach. Lucas loves that he can take a beach break when it suits his schedule.
Later flight it is. I am so not a morning person.
He also loves that he can continue his world's best ramen tour.
In New York, Tokyo, and next stop, Singapore.
And he especially loves that he's racking up Aeroplan points for his next family vacation.
Even if the in-laws are coming.
With over 180 destinations to choose from, why look anywhere else? Book at aircanada.com or contact your travel agent.
With Delta Bingo Online, excitement can happen anywhere. The bus, the park, a coffee shop.
I just won bingo!
Even in this studio. Play bingo and slots at online.deltabingo.com. 19 plus Ontario only. Please play responsibly.
Great news, Ontario. Enbridge Gas and the Government of Canada's Greener Homes Grant have come together to make it easier for you to save energy and make your home more comfortable. With the Home Efficiency Rebate Plus program, you can get up to $10,000 back on energy-efficient upgrades like heat pumps, windows and doors, insulation, and so much more. See what rebates your home qualifies for and find a registered energy advisor at enbridgegas.com/HER+. Enbridge Gas is the delivery partner of the Canada Greener Homes Grant in Ontario. Terms and conditions apply.
Some say pitching wins championships.
A new career high, 13 strikeouts for Kevin Gausman. The crowd rises around Chris Bassett. Swinging a miss to finish the ball game.
Some say defense wins championships.
Kiermaier's
to the next level.
The Blue Jays win it!
Set to make some noise in October. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Side effects of postseason baseball may include a little extra zip on your fastball. Please see a doctor if your heater lasts more than 4 hours. The Blue Jays live here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota, the Toronto Blue Jays open the postseason playing the Minnesota Twins in Game 1 of the American League Wild Card. Once again, it's a pleasure to bring you to the broadcast booth. I'm Ben Wagner next to Chris LaRue. Back at baseball controls, Show Ali. And behind the scenes, Andrew Holland, Connor Lamont, and Tom Young will help bring you the broadcast. This is Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. While the team makes the push in the postseason, make sure you're prepping your ride for cold weather with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today at crown.com or visit the location nearest you. It was the goal through 162 games in the regular season. For 161, the Blue Jays had to stay sharp to get to this moment, a chance to make a run in October. Their matchup is a division winner, the Minnesota Twins, who will have a #1 countering the Blue Jays ace. It's Pablo Lopez for Minneapolis, and it's Kevin Gausman for Toronto. Game 1 in the American League Wild Card is coming up for you through the Sportsnet app and on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
With the cost of living going up, I've got to find some ways to save money.
Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
It was always about this moment.
Jays are headed to the postseason.
Target acquired. Ready for the next level.
It took a team to get here. A loud nation will push us further. The goal remains the same. It's bigger. It's louder.
This is a pitching clinic.
Grand slam! It's the postseason. It's time. Get next level loud.
A little more. A little more.
Parking should be simple.
Good. A little more.
Protecting your premium with accident forgiveness from Bel Air Direct actually is simple.
A little less.
Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Conditions apply.
What you heard is me checking out with amazing meats from Metro, custom cut by an expert butcher. And now you can get prime rib roast and steaks for just $7.88 per pound, only until October 4th. Head to your local Metro or see metro.ca for details.
This is the AL Wild Card Series.
The Blue Jays are going to win it! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. delivers in the 10th!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
You want to enjoy every single moment because not everyone gets to be here. At the same time, it's, you have to just understand that, any little thing can be a big play, whether it's getting a guy over or, a dirt ball read or, a defensive play or a walk. Everything is kind of a big play when you get into the postseason. So enjoy the moment, but at the same time, do what you're good at, and I think between the guys that have been here and have been in this situation before and the guys that have been with other teams that have won World Series and World Series MVPs, I think it's a good mix of personalities and a good mix of demeanors as well.
That's the Blue Jays manager, John Schneider, teeing up our pregame show ahead of the first pitch here at Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And you know what? It was almost like he was speaking to himself. He was in this exact scenario, moving at Rogers Center in game number 1 of the American League Wild Card against the Seattle Mariners. Game number 2 that, of course, unraveled on the Blue Jays. And he spent a lot of time during the offseason and through the majority of this season fielding questions about every move that was made down the stretch when the Blue Jays had that all-too-quick exit after winning the top spot in the wild card. The Seattle Mariners blitzed the Blue Jays in game number 2. The Blue Jays hope that it's a quick stop here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they can get it 2 and out and make their next stop, the Lone Star State, against the team that won the bye in the American League Western Division by winning the division, and that is the Houston Astros, a team that is waiting on the winner of this best-of-3 series. I'm Ben Wagner in the broadcast booth with Chris LaRue. Chris LaRue, welcome to postseason baseball.
Oh, this is next level. I've never had a postseason experience. My one time in Pittsburgh, I was DFA'd a couple months into the season. They ended up making the playoffs that year, and I was fortunately in Japan at that time. But this is the first time that I've ever experienced this big league feeling. I feel like I'm part of the team. Even though I'm not, I have those same feelings. I'm from the Toronto area. I know my dad's watching. He's a huge fan. So it's those same feelings that I would have had even if I wasn't here. But I'm excited to be here.
Let me ask you, are they better or worse today? When was the most anxiety? What is the excitement at the max or the butterflies you're feeling most?
As a player, as a broadcaster, or as a fan?
Yes.
Well, I think
that is Alden Gonzalez. Alden.
Hey, Michael, and look, that playoff
for the game, I was watching him and I was thinking to myself, he must be really, really excited right now. There must be a lot of butterflies in his...
Embrace that streak in its own way. We saw it with Cal Farmer, who during an on-field interview after they clinched the division promised that they would end the rut this year. And Michael, nobody embodies a sentiment like that better than their Game 1 starter, Pablo Lopez, who arrived to the ballpark today wearing the jersey of Johan Santana, his boyhood idol. Lopez said yesterday that even though the players haven't been around for that streak, quote, the fans have. And we're going to use that as motivation and fuel to give them something to celebrate in October. Just like anything else in life, Lopez said, nothing lasts forever. And guys, Lopez would want nothing more than to personally end that rut himself today.
Now, thank you, Alden. So let's talk about that a little bit, Alex. They're going to say it doesn't mean anything. We talked to Rocco Baldelli. A lot of guys don't even know about the streak in the room. But when you're asked about it constantly, it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Is that something that weighs on them, you think?
Absolutely. And Rocco's saying all the right things, as he should. But postseason, the light is magnified. More people are talking. Family, friends, fans, Twitter. Especially today, there's more information than ever is in their minds, Michael, regardless of what they say.
All right, so they are going to face a Blue Jay team that is rocking and rolling in this wild card game as well. We'll take a look at their starting lineup. George Springer, the man with so much playoff experience, he's in right field. Then Brandon Belt, the DH, who also has a lot of playoff experience. He'll bat second. Hitting third, first baseman Vlad Guerrero Jr. Bo Bichette, the shortstop, cleans up. Kevin Biggio at second base will bat fifth. Batting sixth and catching Alejandro Kirk. Kevin Kiermaier in center field is going to bat seventh. Batting eighth and playing third base, Matt Chapman. In the 7 and 8 spots, those two guys, obviously, great defenders, both platinum glove defenders, and then there's Dalton Varsho in left field, another great defender, and he is batting ninth. So Alden alluded to this earlier, and Lopez, who is so calm, cool, and collected, and really has a grip on everything, he walks into the ballpark wearing the uniform jersey of Johan Santana, who was the last pitcher at the Minnesota Twins actually won a game, and that was against your New York Yankees, and then you started the losing streak the next day in Game 2 of that postseason series.
Well, I still remember Game 1 where Johan absolutely dominated us in the Bronx, and it was fastballs and changeups, and tonight you'll see a lot of fastballs and changeups from Lopez, but he's also added a nice sweeper, Michael, which has been his dominant pitch this year.
Yeah, he's had an outstanding season. It's a great pitching matchup here in Game 1. So everybody involved is pumped up and ready for this. I know the crowd is as well. And we are getting closer to baseball here in Minneapolis. So Springer digs in. He's ready. Lopez is ready. The crowd is ready. Let's do it in Minneapolis. And the first pitch, fly ball, right field, down the line. Giving chase is Kepler. And the first baseman, Kirilloff, cannot make the play over the shoulder, so it's just a long strike. Home plate umpires Andy Fletcher. Adam Hammery is at first. Mike Malinsky at second. Dan Iasonia, the crew chief, at third. Mark Wegner in left field. And Jeremy Rehak is the right field ump. So 6 umpires in postseason games. One and one. Blue Jays finish the season 89-73. The Twins win the Central at 87-75. So 3 teams out of the East go to the postseason. The Blue Jays, the Jays, or the Rays, and obviously the winners, the O's, who are sitting back and waiting to see who comes out of the wild card. And the Astros won the West. Great early catch by a fan. The 1-2. Foul ball to stay alive. There was that breaking ball you talked about. That was added right before the season began.
And it's very difficult to do, Michael. It tells you about how smart Lopez is to have a transition in the middle of your career to go from 40% changeup and split it between changeup and curveball, 20% each, and he's been outstanding.
And the 1-2. Now the Twins got Lopez from the Marlins. And talk about a deal that helped both teams. They traded Luis Arraez to Miami. Arraez just won the National League batting title, and here Pablo Lopez is starting game 1 of the postseason. It did help both teams. 1-2. Ground ball at third. Polanco. And a bad throw. And a scoop. And he's safe. He jumped over Kirilloff at first, and he will make it at first, and that's going to be a throwing error.
Michael, that's not defense. That's called nerves, and it matters. Routine ground ball right here. Rushed himself a little bit. And if he catches it, he's out. Dangerous play there for Springer on both ankles.
Now Springer's a threat to go. Stole more bases this year than he ever has in his career, 20 out of 25. Here's Brandon Belt. So runner at first base. And there's a strike. Ryan Jeffers behind the plate. He has improved his arm strength from last year, but still you can run on him.
Michael, if these 2 aces is not hard enough, yesterday I sat right at home plate right at this time, and something for the fans at home to watch. The background in the lights and the sun is going to be an issue and a challenge for hitters.
Now the lights are on. Odd start time here in the Central, about 3:30. And when the teams were introduced before the game, it was very cloudy, but the clouds are losing a battle right now with the sun. That's why there are shadows. 1-2.
Michael, no surprise, the Tampa-Texas game had some sloppy defense early. You see it here today in the first play. Don't just tell me it's another game, because it's not. It's October. The fans feel it, and the players feel it.
1-2. Popped up behind the plate. Jeffers makes the play. 1 out. You know, Polanco was given an error, obviously, on the throw. He had 11 starts at third base in the second half of the season, and he had not played third base since 2016. So 11 starts at third base second half of the season.
And that's the ramifications of Lewis having to DH because of the hamstring. Moves Polanco over to third from second.
Guerrero takes a strike. Alex used the word, and it fits perfectly, a pedestrian offensive season for him. Still had 26 homers, 94 ribbies, but not the same player it was 2-3 years ago. But he thinks it's there. And he knows that now you get to reset all the numbers.
And Michael, I spoke to him a little bit before the game, had a chance to speak a little bit to him in Spanish. Great kid. born in Canada. He just said, look, I think I pressed a little bit too much. I try to carry this team, but guess what? Today's a new season, and I'm ready to go.
1-1. 97 miles an hour. The fastball on the outside corner, 1-2. Now this crowd came ready. Ground ball, second. Let's see if they turn two. No, they go for one. They do not go for the lead runner. So they get Guerrero as Springer advances to second.
Michael, you've seen one mistake and one subtle one. Obviously the error for Polanco, but here, especially with 2 outs, I'd love to see him take his time and just get 1 out. But that 1 out has to be at second, not at first. Now you have one of their hottest hitters with a man in scoring position.
So here is Bo Bichette. If you look at the hit chart on Bichette, there's no one place to pitch him. He can hit pitches outside the zone, up, down, inside, outside. He expands the zone because he has great bat-to-ball skills.
And some of that, Michael, comes from being a former tennis player. His father, Dante, said, hey, maybe you should try tennis where you can control your own outcome. And he said, no, you know what? I'm going to try baseball, just like another Bo. Great hands, great hand-eye coordination, and can hit elite pitching.
Dropped that breaking ball in there for a strike, had him off balance. 1-2. And the pitch. Popped up shallow right. Kepler is there to make the play, and that'll do it. They overcome the error. 1 man left. So it's the Blue Jays nothing. And the Minnesota Twins coming to bat.
1 in 8 people have worked at a McDonald's.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's.
That's a lot of people who know things like teamwork, people skills, and surprising moments. Our experiences you'll always have.
Okay, again, this is a status bar, this is a search bar. Let's know the difference, okay? Social media. It can be overwhelming for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
Now, what does it mean to slide into someone's DMs? It sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay, we're not ready for that. As a team, we'll get there. It might be a fruit emoji, but that doesn't mean they're talking about fruit.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Okay, do you really think we need 47 photos of fun dinner at Pam's?
Yes.
No.
Hours of love from you. All the right parts from us. With eBay Guaranteed Fit.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
Together.
Welcome back to Target Field. Blue Jays don't score in the top of the first. Now it's the Twins' turn against Kevin Gausman. Now there are 4 switch hitters in that lineup. It's very balanced as well. So you've got people that can match up with anybody the Blue Jays bring out of the bullpen. And that's a pretty stout lineup with a lot of power in it as well. 233 home runs for the Twins this season. So Edwin Julian will start it off. They're going to face a very, very tough right-hander, and that is Kevin Gausman. Gausman 12-9 with a 3.16, and he strikes out a lot of people, Alex.
And he does it with a fastball and a split, north and south. As of late, Minnesota's had some really good outings against him. Something to watch here, Michael. Either one, they have a great approach. If they see it high, let it fly. If it's low, let it go. Or
Blue Jays baseball here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Great to have you alongside for Blue Jays baseball. Game number 1 of the wild card. With Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. Show Ali's at baseball control. We'll hear from him throughout the afternoon as the Twins and the Blue Jays battle for the best of three. Toronto threatened in the top of the first inning, could not score. Edouard Julien, Jorge Polanco, and Royce Lewis out to face Kevin Gausman. Blue Jays wearing those new blue uniforms that they rolled out a handful of seasons ago and march into the postseason wearing them. Gausman rocks idle. The pitch to Julien, a fastball strike on the outside corner. Chris, Kevin Gausman is facing a team that has had his number over the last couple of seasons. What differently can Kevin Gausman do against the Twins? The 0-1 pitch. That's high at the hands.
Well, those first two pitches are exactly what he needs to do. Work down in the zone and work up in the zone. Don't work in that middle area across the thigh, because that's where the danger happens.
The 1-1. Splitter, that's down low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
If he can locate his fastball down to the corners, that's when he can throw that good split, and that's when the Twins have to show some respect for that split. If he's working that middle zone, they can easily lay off that split.
The 2-1. A fastball outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Julien, the Quebec City native, really blossomed onto the recruiting scene after participating with Baseball Canada. The 3-1. Out of play off to the left. 3 balls and 2 strikes on the leadoff man. Jorge Polanco, the switch hitter. And then Royce Lewis, who was activated off of the injured list. He's on the card today, DHing for Rocco Baldelli and the Minnesota Twins. 87-75 to close out the regular year. They put it in cruise control over the last couple of weeks. They knew they were bound to the postseason. Took advantage of a very meek American League Central. 3-2. Just outside with a fastball for ball 4. A leadoff walk and a Twins team that loves to be aggressive on the bases. They had a ton of success this season. The second best stolen base percentage in Major League Baseball by a percentage point, by a 0.1% at 82.7%. Third baseman creeps in for Polanco, who swings and misses, strike 1. Polanco missed Saturday and Sunday in Colorado after leaving Friday night's game with a right ankle injury. Switch hitter batting left. Gausman deals. And a pop-up. Back of the shortstop. Bichette retreats from the shade into the sunlight, waving for it, and then bumping into Varsho as he hangs with the play. The left fielder and the shortstop colliding right as that ball hit leather for Bo Bichette. He hangs on. Doesn't look any worse for wear. There's one down.
And that was actually a struggle for Bo going back. He was looking directly into the sun. He doesn't have any sunglasses on, so he had to shield that sun. Tough play for Bo Bichette as Dalton Varsho comes in and runs into his midsection.
Royce Lewis will DH today. Just named the Rookie of the Month in the American League. Right-handed batter as Gausman sets and deals. On the outside corner, a slider, strike 1.
I'm looking over at Eddie Julien at first base, and he has his hands on his knees, flat feet. He has no intention of stealing second base. He only has 3 stolen bases this year.
Guerrero holds him on. It's a modest lead. And the 0-1. Bounces in. Good stop by Alejandro Kirk behind the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Usually when you get a dirt ball like that and the catcher has to block it, whoever's on first starts leaning towards second to potentially take that bag. But as that ball was in the dirt, Eddie Julien was already going back to first base. That tells you his intentions.
Yeah, that's really good news because Kevin Gausman had an 84% success rate on would-be base stealers. If that's one threat the Blue Jays don't have to think about in this scenario, good for Kevin Gausman, great for Alejandro Kirk.
That's great news. Kevin Gausman can just focus on the hitter.
1-1. Fastball outside. Two balls, one strike on Royce Lewis. We're scoreless in the first. Runner at first with one down. Gausman's 2-1. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Gausman knew this would be his assignment for some time, but the Blue Jays were battling the regular season. And if it wasn't for a little help late night on the out-of-town scoreboard this past weekend, they would have used Gausman in game 162. The 2-2 bounces in off the chest protector and then swatted down by Kirk. Again, no advance by Julian. He said the days leading up to that potential assignment against the Tampa Bay Rays and then the power down and then re-ramp up, that's had a mental battle component to it. Gausman was really frustrated with the tough loss in extra innings that the Blue Jays were handed by the Rays on Saturday. And then he was like everybody else. What would the Rangers and the Mariners do on Saturday night? When Texas won, he knew he could relax and just enjoy the ball game on Sunday. He refocused on the Twins. The 3-2. Swinging a line drive, deep left field. That ball's gone. It's 2-0 Minnesota. Royce Lewis whips this place into an early frenzy with a first inning laser shot into the seats and left.
And Kevin Gausman just left a fastball thigh high on the inside part of the plate, and Lewis did not miss that pitch. He hasn't played since September 19th. That's his first major league at bat in almost 15 days. And he hits a two-run home run for the Minnesota Twins.
Blue Jays will have to play catch-up from the first on. And now time called. As if this place couldn't get any more deafening. Gausman and Kirk have to take a mound visit. A leadoff walk to Julian. And then a sizzling line drive from the bat of Royce Lewis. No question about it.
Well, we knew it coming in. These guys can hit home runs. And when you're facing a team that can hit home runs, you have to keep them off balance and you have to locate. And that pitch was not located by Kevin Gausman.
The Twins' big bopper is Max Kepler. He swings at the first pitch and pops it up. Over the bag at third, underneath it, Chapman. He's there, makes the play, and there are two away. Kepler retired in his 24 home runs. Sent back to the dugout. Alex Kirilloff's the first baseman who started the season on the injured list for Minnesota, recovering from wrist surgery. Another left-handed batter. Gausman using his throwing hand to cup the pitch comm device so he can hear the signal being relayed from Alejandro Kirk. And now Gausman is frustrated with the technology. He throws it midair towards the Blue Jay third base dugout. And a Blue Jay coach has to spring into action. As if there wasn't enough in the mind of Kevin Gausman coming into this start. Now he's worried about a faulty pitch comm device.
Well, he needs to refocus. I think a 2-0 deficit with this lineup is not that big of a deal. I know facing Pablo Lopez is it's tough to score 2 runs off of him. But the Blue Jays lineup is capable of scoring 2, 3, 4 runs. Kevin Gausman needs to refocus here and throw strikes down in the zone.
Everybody good now. Kirilloff waits on the first pitch. A sweeper in for a called strike one. First inning, 2-0, Minnesota. The 0-1. That missed low. 1 ball and 1 strike. We're inside the Timber Mart broadcast booth this afternoon. Twins fans disgruntled because Gausman didn't like the baseball that was sent back to him. The 1-1 rolled off the body of the batter. That's foul ball. That foul ball cracked right off the legs of Alex Kirilloff. Nobody on. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch is low. 2-2.
And that was a good split finger from Kevin Gausman down in the zone. You want to keep that ball just outside of the strike zone in a 1-2 count. He might not have the luxury of being so fine in a 2-2 count, but his split finger looks like it's good so far tonight.
The pitch. That's low. Good fastball velocity at 97 miles an hour, but called the ball. Three balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Tapped away, foul at the plate. Gausman licks his fingertips, pops the ball out of his light blue mitt, lands in his bare hand, rocks himself idle. Another 3-2, and it's bounced towards Vlad, but foul. Defensively for the Blue Jays here this afternoon, Dalton Varsho is in left field, Kevin Kiermaier in center field, and George Springer's in right. Matt Chapman and Bo Bichette drifted away towards the middle on the left side of the diamond. The second baseman, Kevin Biggio, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the first baseman. It is a beautiful October afternoon here in Minnesota. Checking in at 30 Celsius, 86 unseasonable degrees. 3-2. And it's low. Ball 4.
And Alex Kirilloff just had a very, very good at-bat against Kevin Gausman. He fouled off some tough split fingers, and then he let that good 97-mile-an-hour fastball down in the zone, just out of the strike zone, go for ball 4.
That prompts Pete Walker, the pitching coach, to make a very early mound visit. This first inning, a leadoff walk, a pop-up, a 2-run home run by Royce Lewis. Another pop-up, followed by a long at-bat in which Kirilloff takes a walk. It's 2-0 Twins here in the first inning. Here comes Carlos Correa, no stranger to postseason success. All those years as a Houston Astro, and now as a Minnesota Twin, albeit a rather long journey for him to land on a selling point into free agency. Was it San Francisco? Was it the New York Mets? Would it be again the Minnesota Twins? Here he is, his 80th career postseason game. Gets the first pitch over, takes a fastball for strike 1.
I tell you what, the Giants and the Mets are both breathing a sigh of relief because they did not have to sign him.
First action in 2 weeks for Carlos Correa, dealing again with a season-long plantar fasciitis issue. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball called strike. Snap throw down to first base by Kirk. Not in time. Kirilloff retreating quickly enough. Two 2-0 Twins. A very long first inning for Kevin Gausman. The pitch. Just low. Might have been outside, too, at 94, 95 miles an hour.
And again, Kevin Gossman is throwing good pitches. He's making good pitches. He's just outside of the strike zone with those good pitches. He needs to keep locating like he is.
The pitch. Correa takes strike 3. A fastball on the outside corner. He goes down looking. The first strikeout for the American League leader in strikeouts in the regular season. But he's touched with a long ball. A 2-run home run from Royce Lewis has Minnesota out in front in the first. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card, presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming through the Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Monte Carlo Inns would like to thank the many of you for visiting our hotels over the last several months. Monte Carlo Inns is very proud of our Made in Canada brand and are delighted to continue to be your home away from home for quality accommodations and functional meeting facilities in Southern Ontario. To save on your next stay with us or to book your next event space, book directly at MonteCarloInns.com. Monte Carlo Inns.
Lone Star knows you love slow-cooked, super saucy ribs. That's why you'll love celebrating Rib Fest. Now, for a limited time, get a half rack of slow-cooked ribs and a side of Mexican street corn for $24.99. Try one of 8 unique sauces, including apple spice rum, Carolina Gold, or Chipotle tequila. Plus, all-you-can-eat Mondays with endless ribs for just $33.99. Don't miss Rib Fest, only at Lone Star Texas Grill. Visit lonestar.ca for details and to find a restaurant near you.
Hair loss is a problem that affects many men, diminishing self-confidence and self-esteem. But as the number of treatment options increase, it's hard to know where to turn for the best advice, proper training, and patient safety. The Toronto Hair Transplant Clinic is a recognized leader in hair transplant procedures. We align with stringent Canadian healthcare regulations and deliver consistently amazing results. Learn more at tohairtransplant.com. Mastering hair restoration. We're in a league of our own.
This is the AL Wild Card Series.
2-0 is rocketing. Out to deep left field. A no-doubter.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
We go to the second inning, presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can bet on things like player props, totals, or game outcomes across many different sports. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. 2-0 Twins over the Blue Jays here early on. Cavan Biggio, Alejandro Kirk, and Kevin Kiermaier coming up for Toronto against Pablo Lopez. Right-hander fires the left-handed batter and misses down and in, ball 1. The 1-0. That's hit high and deep down the right field line towards the corner, and it is foul. Good contact by Cavan Biggio, leaning on one towards the high wall in right field. One and one the count. The pitch to Biggio. Down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike.
The thing that I love most about Cavan Biggio over the last month and a half is he has a plan up there. He takes the ball away and he hits it to the opposite field, and he can easily pull that ball in.
Slider on the outside corner, and it's 2-2. Lopez out of the line. The 2-2. Down and in. Two nothing Twins. The 3-2. Fouled back by Biggio. So he's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Cavan, who is such an asset for manager John Schneider down the stretch. His versatility was on display in a number of ways. No Matt Chapman when he's on the injured list. Playing at first when Vladdy was dealing with a knee issue. Great play at second and in right. 3-2. Hit towards first. Cleared on a bounce. Kirilloff runs it to the back, and Biggio's retired. 1 up and 1 down here in the second inning. That'll bring up Alejandro Kirk for the Blue Jays. Kirk with 8 home runs in the regular season, driving home 43. Lopez deals. Pitch is fouled away to the right. Strike one. Not the first postseason for Alejandro Kirk. He was part of it during his rookie campaign. He DH'd in 2020. He caught Alek Manoah in Game 1 of the American League Wild Card last year. The 0-1. Lashed away to the right. In the hole, 0-2. Lopez exposes the baseball. He wants a new one to throw with. Kirk deep in the right-handed batter's box. Lopez set. And the 0-2 pitch. Fouled back again. Chased an elevated fastball from the right-hander. Second career postseason start for the Twins for Pablo Lopez. The 0-2 on a line to left center field. On the move, Taylor coming in, dives, and he makes a tremendous catch. That ball wasn't hit with much pace to the left center field gap, but Michael A. Taylor came speeding forward, left his feet lunging to rob Alejandro Kirk of a base hit, and there are 2 away.
What a play by Michael A. Taylor. That ball was hit off the end of the bat. A really, really good sweeper from Pablo Lopez. Alejandro made some contact, soft contact, and Michael A. Taylor made a great play.
Here's Kevin Kiermaier. First pitch up and away, ball 1.
And again, if you want to win in the playoffs, you have to make plays like that. Big plays, big spots.
Right side of the diamond is back for KK. The 1-0. That's a fastball high. And it's 2 balls and no strikes on Kiermaier. First action of the postseason for the Blue Jay center fielder as a Tampa Bay Ray in 2013. Left-handed batter, the 2-0. Up and out. 3 balls and no strikes for one of the veteran players in the clubhouse, both in tenure and in postseason experience. Kiermaier's made the postseason 4 out of the last 5 years. The 3-0 takes all the way. Fastball in there for a called strike. Royce Lewis, a 2-run home run. Still 2-0 Twins here in the second inning. The 3-1 fouled back. 3 balls and 2 strikes on the number 7 hitter. Everybody on their feet again. The 3-2. Up and away, ball 4. Blue Jays got a leadoff base runner because of an error in the first inning. Now a 2-out base runner here in the second.
And I don't know what John Schneider's plan is for this game and these playoffs, but I would love if Kevin Kiermaier was put in motion here. I would love for him to attempt to steal second base, get a guy in scoring position. Matt Chapman can drive him in.
Good lead by Kiermaier at first. He stays. The pitch, sweeper in for a called strike on Chapman. Chapman in his 4th wild card series. 1-and-done opportunities against the Yankees and against the Rays in back-to-back campaigns in 18 and 19 as an Oakland Athletic. The 0-1. Swinging a high fly ball towards the line and right. Kepler moving over, looking for a play. Jumps up against the wall and won't have it. Hits the sidewall, and it's strike 2 on Chapman. Kiermaier going on any contact from first base. Tying run in the batter's box. The 0-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive towards center. Breaking forward. Here comes Taylor on the move. Gets there in time to make a catch on Chapman and leave Kiermaier at first base. After an inning and a half, it's 2-0 Minnesota. This is Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card Series, presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It was always about this moment.
Are headed to the postseason.
Target acquired. Ready for the next level.
It took a team to get here. A loud nation will push us further. The goal remains the same. It's bigger. It's louder.
This pitching fitting.
Grand slam! It's the postseason. It's time. Get next level loud.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
With the cost of living going up, I've got to find some ways to save money.
Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
Anything can happen. So many moments for heroes.
And the Blue Jays win it!
Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
What a tremendous atmosphere we've got in Minneapolis, Minnesota this afternoon. Royce Lewis had him worked into a frenzy with his line drive home run that made it 2-0 Twins off of Kevin Gausman in the first inning. Ryan Jeffers, Matt Wallner, and Michael A. Taylor. The last third of Rocco Baldelli's lineup comes to the plate here in the bottom of the second. Next to Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. Blue Jays baseball in the postseason beginning in the Twin Cities. The winner of this best of three will go to Houston. Gausman ready for a second frame of work. First pitch, Jeffers swung on and fouled back for strike one. Ryan Jeffers tied a career high with 14 home runs this season. Had a tremendous 369 on base. The 0-1. Swinging a line drive left field. Here comes Varsho. Leans into the catch. Goes into a slide on one knee. Hanging with the play. Loud contact, but out number one.
And again, Varsho showing just how good he is at all aspects of the game. Coming in, that's a tough play. Left field, top spin on that baseball. Fighting the sun, slides in on one leg and makes that tough play.
That sun not as brilliant as what it's been at various times this afternoon. Tucked behind the clouds, but it's still a very bright sky today. Here's Matt Wallner, left-handed batter. Takes a splitter low for ball one.
And I'm sure as loud as that out was, Kevin Gausman will also gladly take it.
1-0. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike on Wallner, the left fielder, who played out of his mind against the Blue Jays earlier this season, going a combined 6 for 7. 1-1. At the knees, but low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And that was a really good take. That was a good split finger. Started at the bottom of the zone and broke down with that violent tumbling action.
The 2-1 pitch. Just off the outside, or low again, outside corner portion of the plate. Long hold by Kirk trying to guide that ball in there. They couldn't get the call. 2 really good takes. 3-1. Bounce towards first, but foul.
Takes like that almost make you wonder, are they seeing something that we're not? Is he tipping a pitch? Is he flaring his glove? Is he doing something like that they know what's coming? There were rumblings of that last time Kevin pitched against this Twins team.
One little tell can tip the balance. The 3-2. Up and out, ball 4. Third walk issued by Gausman. Rumblings of tipping pitches, and maybe why the Twins have had more success against Kevin Gausman than a lot of different teams. Can you react if you pick up something on the mound while pitcher is in mid-motion towards the plate?
Absolutely. If he's flaring his glove on a split finger and keeping it tight on a fastball, absolutely. If I'm the hitter, I see that and I react.
Michael A. Taylor, right-handed batter, swings and cracks the first pitch back for strike 1. Two-0 Twins. The number 9 hitter already making a spectacular defensive play. And he lines a base hit into left field. Wallner jogs up to second. Taylor's aboard to turn the card over for Edouard Julien.
And again, Kevin Gausman just needs to start locating his pitches just a little better. That was a good fastball at 95 miles an hour, but it was right down Broadway, right down the middle of the plate. And any big league hitter can hit that. If Kevin Gausman can get his fastball down in the zone to the corners, he will have success today.
Taylor got more of a middle than what Royce Lewis did when he hit his home run.
Absolutely.
That was better velocity, but Lewis turned on a pitch on the inside third. The pitch to Julien. A splitter in for strike 1.
This crowd is deafening.
They are revved up.
They're just yelling Gausman, trying to get into his head.
The 0-1. Outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Julien's already worked a walk. He was aboard on the 2-run home run. So far, the only score in this game. Wallner and Taylor aboard. Julien takes low and away. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
I love what Edouard Julien, the man from Quebec City, is doing. He's just a rookie, but you wouldn't be able to tell just watching him take pitches. He takes pitches like he has a plan up there, a lot like Kevin Biggio.
2-1. Fouled back. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Julien really started to open eyes when Carlos Correa, Max Kepler, Jorge Polanco were talking about the guy that they expected to be in the big leagues this year. And Edouard Julien went to the WBC and became a superstar. Hasn't slowed down this season. The pitch. Splitter in the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And again, Julien taking a very good pitch down in the zone from Kevin Gausman, that good split finger. I'm curious as to what Kevin's going to throw here. I would just go heater down and away and see what happens. Let him get himself out. Needs to be a strike, though.
Wallner and Taylor have their lead at second and third. The 3-2. Inside corner, strike 3 called. He got a splitter and tried to watch it fly. Instead, he pays the price and goes down looking. Second strikeout for Gausman.
And that pitch was about an inch and a half off the plate inside. Gausman got a gift there from the home plate umpire, but he will gladly take it as Genesis Cabrera starts moving around in that Blue Jays bullpen.
Early activity as the Blue Jays stir the left-handed reliever. Jorge Polanco, switch hitter, batting left, cuts at the first pitch and fouls it back. Strike 1. Royce Lewis, a right-handed hitter that hit the home run off of Gausman in the first, is on deck. And then you get into the lefty with Max Kepler. Gausman ready for his 45th pitch. He deals. There's a high fly ball out to right field. Springer camped underneath it, still on the outfield grass. He's there to make the catch and retire the side. A walk and a single left aboard by the Twins. We're off to the third. It's 2-0 Minnesota. This is Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card, presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With the price of a new vehicle, I'm not buying one anytime soon. Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, and I know a foul when I see one. And there's nothing more foul than rising interest rates. So when I'm not calling the ball game, I'm calling Pizza Pizza for a hot and fresh fixed-rate pizza. An extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $16.99 until the end of 2023. So when inflation throws you a curveball, at least your pizza price won't. That's what I call a swing and a drive. Lock in today at fixedratepizza.ca.
Go to pizzapizza.ca.
We're Bet365, the world's favorite sports book. Place your bets before or after the game starts on the biggest sports like hockey, basketball, baseball, football, MMA, and soccer. But here's the best part. Bet365 is now available in Ontario. Download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's #1.
Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
World Series champion Toronto Blue Jays has a nice familiar ring to it.
Canada, it's party time.
Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We go to the third inning, being brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. While the team makes the push in the postseason, make sure you're prepping your ride for cold weather with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today at crown.com or visit the location nearest you. Blue Jays trailing 2-0 against the Twins. They'll bat here in this third inning with Dalton Varsho, George Springer, and Brandon Belt. Twins drift the diamond to the right. The pitch to the left-hand batter, over for a called strike one. With Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. Blue Jays in game one of this best of three. The 0-1. Over the knees for a called strike. 0-2 on Varsho. Dalton's in his first postseason competition. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Down on strikes. That's the first strikeout for Pablo Lopez this afternoon. Back to the top of the card, and George Springer. We know Lopez has the big swing and miss stuff. Ranked second in the American League with 234 in the regular season. Springer starts in the hole, going after the first pitch. There's strike one. Lopez in the 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes.
And George just got 2 good pitches to hit, but you can tell he's really pulling that front shoulder off to left field, trying to do something, trying to hit a home run. He needs to stay through that baseball.
And he swings at the 0-2, pops it up deep at first. Kepler there underneath it with Kirilloff, makes the catch. Springer retired. And there are quickly 2 down here in the third. Here comes Brandon Belt. Two 2-0 Twins. Belt popped to the catcher, his only time up. The pitch. Fouled back towards us. That's strike one. A lot of postseason experience early in his career. A couple of World Series rings with the San Francisco Giants. The 0-1. That's high. 1 ball and 1 strike on Belt, who's enjoying the opportunity to play in his first postseason in 7 years. A .331 on base in 37 career postseason games. 1-1. Tracks the fastball high. Had visions of swinging, but laid off at the last moment. Lopez comes set. And the 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Lopez does such a good job of pitching backwards. He has the power stuff, but he pitches like he's a finesse pitcher. That's why he's so successful.
The 2-2. That's high at the hands. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Brandon Belt. Twins right-hander set for his 50th pitch. The payoff. Outside corner, strike 3 called. Belt thought it was off the plate, turns around in disgust. Lets the home plate umpire know that he thought it was off the dish as it gets rung up. Second strikeout for Pablo Lopez in a 1-2-3 third. Middle of the third, 2-0 Twins. You're listening to the American League Wild Card. Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection and streaming through the Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
October is here. The summer weather is winding down, and we are cheering on our Blue Jays. Wait, my basement's not ready for October baseball parties? Store your summer gear with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free. Details at accessstorage.ca.
Need to chill out on vacation? We have a flight for that. WestJet has the most nonstop flights to Jamaica, so you can experience chill white sand beaches, chill music, chill rainforests, and not so chill temperatures. To book, call your travel agent or visit westjet.com.
As a parent in Ontario, I want my child to thrive in school, and I know that smaller class sizes make a big difference. But classes seem to be getting larger every year, and the Ford government isn't doing anything about it. No one wants their kid to get lost in a crowd. We need smaller classes so students, like my child, get more one-on-one time with their teachers and the support they need, and that equals success. Tell the Ford government to invest in students. Visit knowmore.ca. That's knowmore.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
How do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel on pack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
There are absolutely no waves allowed in the playoffs. The action's on the field, and we're here for every moment. Blue Jays postseason baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
So far, the villain of this afternoon's ball game is Royce Lewis. He took Kevin Gossman's fastball into the seats in left field, making it 2-0 Twins in the first inning. The Blue Jays threatened in the first, had a runner in the second, but have gone quietly since. Now the last of the third inning, where it's still 2-0 Minnesota. Royce Lewis, Max Kepler, and Alex Kirilloff will lead it off. Lewis has had a remarkable rookie campaign. Here's the pitch for the right-hander. Down and away, ball 1. September, early October, those productive numbers included a .410 on base, and the reason he's the rookie of the month. The 1-0, that's low. 2 balls and no strikes.
And Gunnar Henderson will probably win AL Rookie of the Year, but Royce Lewis has got to be close second, third.
The 2-0, down and in from Gausman, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Yeah, fans are really lucky in Major League Baseball, especially in the American League. Last year, the battle was Julio Rodriguez and Adley Rutschman. 2 very deserving Rodriguez took it. 3-0. Right over the middle. Called strike, and it's 3-1. Royce Lewis led the American League in rookie RBIs, second in home runs, average in OPS. 3-1. High fly ball, this time to right. Going back, Springer turns around at the wall, and it is gone. What an unbelievable day for the rookie. Royce Lewis, in consecutive at-bats, has a pair of homers.
And in that first at-bat, Royce Lewis took a fastball up and in and turned on it and hit it into left field. This pitch was a fastball down and away, and a good pitch from Kevin Gossman. He went down and got it and hit it into right center. What an unbelievable talent.
That's no cheapie either. The wind is cutting from right to left. Back to work, Gossman on Kepler. Outside corner, strike one. Three nothing Twins. 0-1. Outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. Down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And we knew coming into this game that this Twins team can hit homers. They have 2 homers in 3 innings.
Just a couple of years removed from setting a major league record for home runs in a single season. Max Kepler led the Twins with 24 home runs this year. The 2-1. Pulled foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jimmy Garcia up and loosening now for the Blue Jays. Two. Bounce towards Biggio. The second baseman hustles in, scoops it up, underhand feed over to Vladdy for out number 1. We're coming to you this afternoon from the Timbermart broadcast booth. Timbermart encourages you to step up for the home team and shop local. Timbermart stores are family owned and operated, and they know the value of giving back to the communities they serve. Now more than ever, it's important to shop local. Timbermart is Canada's building center. 3-0 Twins. Alex Kirilloff, the batter. Swings at the first pitch and lines it towards Varsho. Backed him up to his right. He's there, makes the play. And there are 2 down.
And again, 3-0 is not insurmountable. All you have to do is just string together a few good at-bats, start manufacturing some runs, put some runners in motion. I know John Schneider and this Blue Jays team, they don't like to put guys in motion. But I think at this point in the ball game, when you're facing a tough pitcher like Pablo Lopez, you have to do that. You have to start trying to manufacture, put guys in motion, hit and runs, bunt them over. You have to do that stuff.
Carlos Correa fouls the first pitch back for strike 1. Oh, 1 to Correa. Head tied at the hands. Nope. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Carlos Correa. Royce Lewis becoming the first Twins rookie to homer in a postseason game since 1991. 1-1 bounces in. 2 balls and 1 strike. He's the first Twin in 35 years to have a multiple homer postseason game. The last to do it, Gary Gaetti. The rookie today has made it 3-0 Twins. 2-1. Bounce towards third, over the bag. That's a fair ball, handled in foul territory by Chapman. Good throw to first to retire Correa and the Twins here in the 3rd inning. But a leadoff home run from Royce Lewis, putting his name in the Twins record books, making it 3-0 after 3. You're listening to the American League Wild Card. Blue Jays baseball is being presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lexus of Oakville, our motto is anyone can sell a car. Very few can deliver a Lexus. Because it's true. It's also true that anyone can make an SUV. Very few can make the perfect SUV. Introducing 5th generation Lexus RX, our latest advancement in SUV perfection. A dramatic step up in efficiency, luxury, handling, technology, and safety. Come see the all-new 2023 RX at Lexus of Oakville, starting at $61,275 plus HST and licensing. Even the price is perfection.
Uline is here for the hard workers. For the ones rolling up their sleeves, working round the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.ca.
Ontario has never invested more in student success. We're hiring thousands of new educators to work alongside some of the best paid teachers in Canada, right here in Ontario. We're investing in new reading and math supports and spending billions to upgrade and build state-of-the-art schools. Students are back in classrooms with their friends where they belong, so they learn the skills they need now for the jobs of the future. Learn more at ontario.ca/investing in students. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
This is the AL Wildcard Series.
Diving attempt made by Bichette. Kicks over to Merrifield. Throw to first. In time to get the out.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Good afternoon from Minneapolis, Minnesota. With Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. Royce Lewis becoming the 10th rookie in postseason history with a multiple homer game as the Twins in front 3-0. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays now move into the 4th inning, playing catch-up against Pablo Lopez. This 4th inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app and check out the latest odds for today's baseball games. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Guerrero takes upstairs, ball 1. Vladdy got a dose of a lot of sweepers his first time at the plate. (1-0). Fastball inside, 2 balls and no strikes on Guerrero.
And you're not going to get back in this game with one swing. So Vlad needs to understand that he needs to get on base. They need to work counts.
The 2-0. Swinging a high fly ball, right center field. Hit pretty well. Taylor going back at the wall. Crisscrossing with Kepler, who makes the catch. Deep in the warning track in front of the padded wall. Off to the left of the 365 marker. That ball started to straightaway center field, but had enough slice on it where Kepler could make the play. At the last moment, he called off Taylor and then darted in front of the center fielder making the catch.
That was a good swing by Vlad. Just got it off the end of the bat just a little bit. Not enough to get it over that fence in right center. But a nice play by Max Kepler.
1 up, 1 down. The pitch. Bichette takes outside, ball 1. Well, flied to right his first time up. Last year went 2 for 8 with a double and the wild card against the Mariners. Takes the 1-0 low. 2 balls and no strikes. Bichette's now played 5 years in the major leagues. Has hit a combined .299 with a .340 on base. Just turned in a 3rd straight year with 20 or more home runs. The 2-0. Fouled back. 2 balls and 1 strike on the cleanup man, Bichette. Blue Jays trailing 3-0. Bullpen has been active behind Kevin Gausman twice. The lefty Yoenis Cabrera has been up with a right-hander Jimmy Garcia throwing last half inning. 2-1. Swinging a line drive. Shallow in right center field, down for a base hit. A little looper off the bat of Bichette. Able to drop it in front of Taylor and Kepler. And the Blue Jays have a 1-out base runner.
And we become so accustomed to seeing Bichette do things just like that. A really good sweeper off the plate, almost in the other's batter's box. But Bo does such a good job of just getting the bat on that baseball and dumping it into right center.
Runner at first, 1 out. Lopez to Biggio. Down and in with a sweeper. Kevin's 0 for 1. Retired by the first baseman, Alex Kirilloff, leading off the second inning. Blue Jays have now had base runners in 3 out of their 4 trips up against Pablo Lopez. Just nothing to show for it. 1-0. Fouled away at the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Three 3-0 Twins. Blue Jays at the plate in the 4th. Long hold by the right-hander. 1-1. Broken back grounder, middle of the diamond. Correa hustles to his left on the second base side. He's got one play, and that's to throw out Biggio at first. That really sawed off Kevin Biggio above the knuckles. And it dribbled weakly out towards the second base position, but Julian was shaded more towards the hole, so Correa had to hustle over, pick it up, and retire Biggio as Bichette takes second base with 2 down.
Well, Pablo Lopez, he had a long hold. He disrupted the running game, but he also disrupted Kevin Biggio's timing, and that probably was a factor in why he got sawed off.
Alejandro Kirk, the hitter. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it away. Came up and got him in the batter's box as it rolls out to the feet of Lopez at the mound.
But here we are again with a guy on second in scoring position with 2 outs. If you expect to win in the playoffs, you have to get big 2-out knocks, and this is a big situation right here.
Blue Jays down 3-0. Outfield playing straight away against Kirk. The 0-1. Muscle out a playoff to the right. No balls and 2 strikes. Kevin Gausman, Pablo Lopez locking up in game number 1. Sonny Gray will face Jose Barrios in game number 2. Jose had 7 seasons in Minnesota before he was traded to the Blue Jays, and he's back in the Twin Cities to start for Toronto tomorrow night. The 0-2 fouled away off to the right by Kirk.
And Kirk just did a great job of fouling that ball off and fighting. He was clearly fooled by that fastball up in the zone, but he did a great job of fighting and fouling it off. He needs to choke up and dump something in the outfield here.
Infield back with 2 down. The pitch came up and in and got him. And hit him with the pitch. Kirk looking down at his right forearm, flexes it out. A slow stroll, now pauses, wants to peel off the batting gloves. Let the right arm dangle a little bit. He points to the trainer Jose Menestral and manager John Schneider about where that ball made impact after he stopped about halfway up the first base line. That got him on the meaty part of the forearm. And it smarts.
That is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right in his forearm. And there's not going to be any broken bones, but that one's going to hurt.
Kirk, after consultation, up the first baseline. Blue Jays with runners at first and second. 2 down for Kevin Kiermaier. Blue Jays trailing 3-0. The pitch. Kiermaier takes a strike on the outside corner. Boy, it is really filled in here at Target Field. I mean, we knew it would be an electric atmosphere. It took a little while for every seat to finally get filled, but it filled up midway through the first inning, and nobody has left since. The 0-1. Chopper on the left side of the diamond. Charge again. Polanco let it go underneath his glove. Nobody is there to grab it. Correa recovers. Throw to the plate. Bo's coming down the line, and it's out. That ball got under the glove of Polanco, left in no man's land. Carlos Correa just bailed out the Twins. Bichette aggressively went around third. Thought if nobody's going to be able to make a play on that ball, he tried to score, thrown out by Correa to retire the side. It stays 3-0 Twins in the middle of the fourth. You're listening to the American League Wild Card. Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It was always about this moment.
Blue Jays are headed to the postseason.
Target acquired. Ready for the next level.
It took a team to get here. A loud nation will push us further. The goal remains the same. It's bigger. It's louder.
This pitching clinic.
Grand slam! It's the postseason. It's time. Get next level loud.
With the cost of living going up, I've got to find some ways to save money.
Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
Join Bet365 now and discover the power of the world's favorite sportsbook. Watch thousands of live games. Build your own bet. You can even bet on games while they're still being played. Seriously. And if you can't watch the games live, we'll alert you to any changes. Nice. We're the world's favorite sportsbook, and this is no ordinary betting app.
Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
If you thought your adrenaline was pumping before, get ready for Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
What an unbelievable night at Rogers Center
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Great to have you alongside for Blue Jays baseball here today. Andrew Holland, Connor Lamont, and Tom Youngs are at our controls. Back at baseball control in downtown Toronto, Show Ali. Next to the former Major League pitcher, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. The Blue Jays trailed 3-0 against the Minnesota Twins as we move into the fourth inning here in our Timber Mart broadcast booth. A couple of guys that had gone unseen for 2 weeks are having a monumental impact in this ballgame. Royce Lewis at the dish, and Carlos Correa just bailed out Polanco with a great defensive play. Now Kevin Gausman returns to work. And the first pitcher, Ryan Jeffers, in there for a called strike one.
I have to admit, when I saw those guys in the lineup, I assumed they would be non-factors. I assume because they haven't seen Major League pitching or a Major League field in so long.
Pitch is low from Gausman, and it's 1-1.
That they wouldn't do anything spectacular. Royce Lewis proved me wrong. He has 2 homers, and then Carlos Correa with that incredible play, throwing across his body, going towards third base, and getting Bo at home.
Gausman to work. Slider on the outside corner, and it's 1-2. What did you think about Bo's read after that ball got under the glove of Jorge Polanco to break towards the plate?
I thought it was great. I thought it was aggressive.
Swing and a miss. Down at the splitter, Jeffers retired. A strikeout for Gausman. He gets his third punch out of the afternoon.
I love the fact that he was trying to score with 2 outs. 2 outs facing a really, really good pitcher like that. You have to be aggressive and try to score that 1 run, because chances are you probably won't get many opportunities like that. I like the move by Bo. It was aggressive. Some people probably won't like it, but I love it.
Matt Wallner takes a fastball off the outside corner. It starts in the hole. He's a little frustrated with that call that went against him. The Blue Jays forced to play catch-up. The 0-1. This downstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And on top of that, Carlos Correa had to make the perfect play. He was coming across his body. He barehanded it. Had to make a perfect throw across his body.
Swing and a miss by Wallner, and it's 1-2.
Everything happened perfectly for the Minnesota Twins in that play. Bo Bichette was lucky that he didn't get hurt on that slide either.
Went head first right into the catcher, who is down on all fours. The knees planted in the clay, and then the glove wrapped up with the bare hand by Jeffers, who had it planted on the ground out in front of the edge of the plate. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a splitter. Wallner down on strikes. Back-to-back punch-outs for Gausman here in the fourth.
And finally, you can see that Kevin Gausman is getting into a little bit of a groove with his location. That split right there was very, very effective. Down in the zone. Has that good tumbling action. If he keeps going like this, he can go 5 or 6 innings.
Back to work. Gausman misses low with a fastball on Michael A. Taylor. There's been action twice today already behind Gausman. A lefty and a righty have loosened. The 70th pitch. In for a called strike. And it levels it off at 1-1. Michael A. Taylor in his third postseason. Already with a World Series ring in his prior stops. Gausman bounces the pitch way out in front of home plate. It's now 2-1. A National, a Royal, and now a Twin for Michael A. Taylor. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. And it's 2-2. Nobody on. Now time called by Taylor. Out-of-town scoreboard through the postseason is being brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Catch the playoffs at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill, and make sure you're making time for $12 Tuesdays. Wing night's back. 2-2 on the outside corner. Strike 3 call. Gausman punches out the side. Here in this fourth inning, a 1-2-3 frame from the Toronto right-hander. We go to the fifth. It's 3-0 Minnesota. You're listening to the American League Wild Card, presented by Crown Rust Protection. Blue Jays baseball is streaming through the Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet radio network.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
At Real Canadian Superstore, this week, get a 5 to 7 kilo frozen turkey for only $24. Perfect for keeping your wallet stuffed this Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble. Offer ends October 4th. Only at Real Canadian Superstore.
A little more. A little more.
Parking should be simple.
Good. A little more.
Protecting your premium with accident forgiveness from Bel Air Direct actually is simple.
A little less.
Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Conditions apply.
When Ottawa's proposed electricity regulations make electricity unreliable, the things you rely on won't work when needed. Your hot water, computer, washer and dryer, electric car, TV, lights, mobile phone, stove, your heat in -30. Visit tellthefeds.ca to learn why Canada's power grid will be unreliable. And tell the feds, reliable and affordable electricity matters. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is the AL Wildcard Series.
That ball has landing lights on it. Into the WestJet flight deck.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
We go to the fifth inning here at Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Next to Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner, where the Blue Jays trail 3-0 against the Twins. Matt Chapman, Dalton Varsho, and George Springer will come up against the right-hander, Pablo Lopez. He's had some traffic around him this afternoon. It's not like he's been flawless. Lopez has been bailed out by a couple of really nice defensive plays. Pitch to Matt Chapman. Outside ball 1. A diving play by Michael A. Taylor on a liner by Alejandro Kirk back in the second inning. Lopez hit Alejandro Kirk in the 4th inning. That was the frame where an aggressive Bo Bichette came around third and tried to score. Chapman with a liner up the middle, knocked down by Julian, recovers in the center field grass, but can't make the play. Couldn't handle a liner in the middle of the diamond after he left his feet. He got plenty of leather on it, but it jumped out of the web of his glove, and the Blue Jays have their leadoff man on.
And now that you have the leadoff man on, I know it's difficult for these guys to just think base to base, but Dalton Varsho just has to keep moving the line. He has to think, let's move the line, hit that ball up the middle, back through the pitcher. Don't try to get the big fly.
Pitch to Varsho. Inside corner, strike one. Just a little in on a changeup from Lopez than what he probably wanted to. The 0-1 pitch. Lined off to the left, out of play. No balls and 2 strikes.
Pablo Lopez is really good at pitching backwards. He's got the big power stuff, but man, he can just flip a breaking ball in there whenever he wants. He can flip a changeup in there.
Runner at first, nobody out. The 0-2. Fouled back. Stays no balls at 2 strikes. A 3-hit shutout so far through 4+ innings from Lopez. 11 times this year he went 6 or more without allowing a run or just surrendering 1 run this season. Blue Jay fans trying to be heard. There's thousands of them here today. 0-2. Varsho pulls it towards Spurs. Soft 2 hopper handled at first base by Kirilloff. He takes a peek at second. No play there. Varsho retired. 3 out assisted on the card. Chapman stands in scoring position as the Blue Jays put a runner in scoring position for the 3rd time at 5 at-bats.
And if I'm the Blue Jays, I'll take that. That's just as good as a bunt. Now you have Matt Chapman standing on second base with the leadoff guy, George Springer, coming up. I'll tell you what, if there's somebody in this lineup that needs to do something big, it's George Springer.
Got a board on an error back in the 1st inning. Popped up his 2nd time up. He swings and he drives it in the air out to center field. Back goes Taylor, shy of the track. He's there, makes the catch. Chapman went back to second. He's tagging, charging towards third. He'll slide in without a play. It was good contact. It was a long drive, but not an authoritative sound coming off the bat of Matt.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a cutter slider action, and George Springer got it off the end of the bat just a little bit, just about a millimeter or an inch away from that ball being in center field.
First time today the Blue Jays have a runner standing at third. Trailing 3-0 here in the 5th. The pitch. Brandon Bell takes up and away, ball 1. Promised to look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The only other ball game unfolding right now, another American League wild card in St. Petersburg, Florida, Rays and Rangers. The 1-0. Bell cracks it foul. Now on first base coach Mark Budzinski. That's 1 ball and 1 strike. Rangers shut out the Tampa Bay Rays today, winning 4-0. Jordan Montgomery was brilliant. A 6-hit shutout over 7 innings. Tyler Glasnow allowed 4 runs, 3 of which were earned on 6 hits. 1-1, fouled back. Jordan Montgomery, a Game 1 winner. Best of 3 series for the Rangers and the Rays. Starts with Texas taking Game 1 in front of just 19,000 fans at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. More than double that here in Minneapolis. On their feet. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Belt down on strikes. The Blue Jays leave Chapman at third base and stay scoreless. 3-0 Twins over the Blue Jays midway through the 5th. You're listening to the American League Wild Card. Blue Jays Baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection, streaming through the new Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Monte Carlo Inns would like to thank the many of you for visiting our hotels over the last several months. Monte Carlo Inns is very proud of our Made in Canada brand and are delighted to continue to be your home away from home for quality accommodations and functional meeting facilities in Southern Ontario. To save on your next stay with us or to book your next event space, book directly at MonteCarloInns.com. Monte Carlo
At Toyota, we believe your vehicle is more than just a ride. It's your trusty sidekick. So make sure it's ready to go, because there's a 100% chance of winter this winter. And you can take those odds to the bank, not the snowbank. Trust the experts at Toyota for premium winter tires, batteries, brakes, and more. Beat the winter rush and book an appointment today. Visit shoptoyota.ca or contact your local Toyota dealer.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. When you see the green check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights. eBay Motors has millions of parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
If you're not totally stressed during the playoffs, you're not doing it right. This is what Blue Jays fans live for on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
This fifth inning is being presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. A lot of pitches, 3 walks, and a couple of home runs. Give an early departure to Kevin Gausman today. This pitching change is brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty Pro all the way. Edouard Julien hits the first pitch from Eric Swanson out to second base. Biggio will pick it up and throw out Julien at first, and there's one up and one down. Couple of poorly located fastballs from Kevin Gausman turned in to Royce Lewis home runs. And the reason that it's 3-0 Minnesota. Jorge Polanco, switch hitter, batting left. Pitch in the dirt from Swanee. That's ball 1. And his starts against the Minnesota Twins this season, 14 innings of coverage from Kevin Gausman, 10 earned runs off the right-hander. It's remarkable how one team is the thorn in his side. 1-0. Overport called strike, 1-1.
Well, you look back at Kevin Gausman's 4 innings of work today, and it wasn't all bad. You mentioned the 2 pitches that he wishes he could take back, and you know, when you
1-1's down and in.
When you leave pitches thigh high, middle in, or thigh high away, good hitters take advantage of that, and that's what Royce Lewis did. He just 2 bad pitches he wishes he could take back, and this ball game 0-0.
Swing and a miss by Polanco, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. He uncoiled on that swing. Swanson on the mound and more activity now. The 4th different reliever that's been up and throwing. It's Tim Meza. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Down to a knee. Polanco again really letting it rip. Swanson gets the strikeout and there are 2 down. And wait on the ovation that Royce Lewis is going to hear as he comes to the plate. Hadn't played in a couple of weeks. Became the first Twins rookie to homer in a ball game when he hit a 2-run home run in the first. And became the first Minnesota player in 3.5 decades to have a multiple homer game. Swanson with the splitter down and away, ball 1.
One thing I've learned watching Royce Lewis today, don't leave fastballs thigh high, middle in.
So Swanson's first pitch was down and out. 1-0. Down and away. 2 balls and no strikes. We're inside the Timbermart broadcast booth this afternoon. Blue Jays and Twins playing game one of their best of three. Swanson misses low. Another splitter. Three and 0. And he takes a pitch high. That's called a strike. A slider in there. And it's 3-1. Nothing's been straight towards Royce Lewis. 3-1. Down and away. 5-pitch walk. Lewis aboard for the third straight at bat.
And you know the opposing team is fearful of you or respects what you're doing when you get a 3-0 breaking ball. 3-0 off-speed pitch. That is rare.
And the last assignment for Eric Swanson to face his minimum 3. He got Julian and Polanco. Couldn't get Lewis. Walked him on 5 pitches. And now, because Tim Meza was loosening with a lefty-on-lefty matchup looming, now summoned by manager John Schneider in a pitching change. That's brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty Pro all the way. Kepler versus Meza. When we come back, it's 3-0 Twins here in the 5th inning. To baseball control on our first check-in with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get to that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, let's take a visit with the Fan Morning Show. Ben Ennis and Brent Gunning speaking to Sportsnet's TV voice, Dan Schulman from Target Field.
All they have to do now is clean slate and win some games. And as you said, they haven't won a playoff game in the Vladdy Bo era. Not that that's all on Vladdy or Bo, just using that as a timeline. But now is the time to show they can play up to their potential, and they can be the team that everybody has expected them to be. And both within and from outside, you still hear things like, you look at the talent on paper. Excuse me. You look at the names. You look at the the talent is as good as anybody out there. Now's the time to show it. And as I'm sure we'll get into, this Minnesota team's a little bit better than maybe the average Blue Jay fan realizes. It's been a long time since the Blue Jays have seen the Twins, and the Twins are a better team now than they were back in May and June, and this is not going to be easy. I'm not so sure this was the preferable matchup to the Rays, to be honest with you, but this is where the Blue Jays are, so now it's time to go out and win a couple games.
That's Dan Schulman with Ben Ennis and Brent Gunning on the Fan Morning Show. On that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Rangers at Rays. Texas wins 4-0. Corey Seager with an RBI single. He also scored on a wild pitch. Jonah Heim with a bases-loaded walk. Josh Young, an RBI sac fly. Jordan Montgomery started and threw 7 scoreless. The Rays, meanwhile, with 4 errors. It's the most in a single postseason game in Rays franchise history. Rangers now up 1-0 in the best of 3. Marlins at Phillies, 8:08 p.m. Eastern, first pitch. Zach Wheeler versus Jesus Luzardo in that pitching matchup. We'll join that game in progress following Jays Talk after Jays and Twins Game 1. That's the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Here's Ben Wagner and Chris LaRue at Target Field.
Joe, thank you so much. Chris, I have to ask you, too, now that it's going into a bullpen game, you know the season is on the brink, and you've got to do things differently, maybe at times more aggressively than what you would over the course of the regular season. The Blue Jays were prepared for this. They learned a lot last year about maneuvering their bullpen and stopping bleeding early. Do you like how many lefty opportunities the Blue Jays have to run at this Twins lineup?
Well, I love Tim Meza. Tim Meza has had an incredible year. He's very effective against left-handers. You have Genesis Cabrera down there. And let's not forget Yusei Kikuchi.
Lewis, the runner at first base. First pitch pulled into right field. A base hit for Kepler. Lefty on lefty with Meza. He got a first pitch sinker and yanked it past the outstretched glove of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And he puts runners at first and second.
That was actually a good pitch by Tim Meza. Good result, too. Beat it into the ground. Vlad Jr. just outside, out of his outstretched glove. Unfortunately for the Blue Jays.
When Meza on the mound, Rocco Baldelli is going to counter and pull back Alex Kirilloff, and Donovan Solano will pinch hit. So here comes the chess game from both of these managers. Major League veteran and Donovan Solano. Second postseason for him. Longtime Marlin, briefly a Yankee, Giant, Red, and now Twin. Right-handed batter, takes up and away from the lefty, ball one. Solano played a lot this year in Minneapolis. Combined to hit .282 over 134 games with a .369 on base. It's a pitch high in the air, out to right. Couple of strides back. There's Springer. He's there to make the catch and retire the Twins. A walk and a hit. 2 men left in the 5th inning for Minneapolis. From Minneapolis, the Blue Jays down 3-0 as we go to the 6th. Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rest Protection, and the American League Wild Card game continues on the Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
It was always about this moment.
Blue Jays are headed to the postseason.
Target acquired. Ready for the next level.
It took a team to get here. A loud nation will push us further. The goal remains the same. It's bigger. It's louder.
This is a pitching clinic.
Grand slam! It's the postseason. It's time. Get next level loud.
Do you want to bet on live sports? Then you need to try in-play betting at Bet365. In-play betting lets you make a bet while the game's still being played. Seriously, you can bet on things like puck line, the money line, total hits, touchdowns, the next goal scorer, fight outcome. Download the app now and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook.
Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
Legends are born in October under the bright lights of the postseason.
They have done it!
The Blue Jays live here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Thanks for joining us for Blue Jays baseball here this afternoon from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Next to Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner, where the Blue Jays come to the plate in the 6th inning, trailing 3-0. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, and Kevin Biggio are coming up. This is a ball game that the Blue Jays certainly are not out of yet. Well within striking distance. Pablo Lopez so far has turned in a 3-hit shutout. Vladdy gets a fastball inside for ball one.
The Blue Jays are well within striking distance, but I think it's that time in the game where something has to happen. They can't wait till the 7th, 8th, 9th inning. They have to make something happen now.
Lopez to Guerrero. Inside corner with a fastball. And evens the count at 1-1. Vladdy has bounced to second and lined to right. One. Guerrero hits it high in the air out to center field. Playable and easy underneath the cloud cover for Taylor. One down.
And Pablo Lopez is lucky that Vlad didn't hit that ball 500 feet. That was just a spinning slider over the middle of the plate, and Vlad just missed it, hitting a pop fly to center field to Michael A. Taylor.
One up, one down in the 6th. Bo's got one of the 3 hits for the Blue Jays this afternoon. And he cracks one up the middle into center field, a base hit. A 2-hit day for Bo Bichette. And the Blue Jays have a 1-out base runner here in the 6th inning. Promise to look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard over the course of the afternoon. Visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. One final already in. Rangers blank the Tampa Bay Rays 4-0 in game 1 of the other American League wild card. The National League gets started with the Brewers and the Diamondbacks. Here's Kevin Biggio. First pitch in for Lopez, a called strike. The other game in the National League wild card, the Philadelphia Phillies and the Miami Marlins. Oh-1. Off the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike on Biggio. Kevin's bounced to first and out to second, pulling the ball both times he's been at the plate. 1-1. Skipped in. 2 balls and 1 strike on the patient Biggio. I like this, what Chris said. If you're trying to build something, now is the time. You already got a hit machine aboard. You have a patient eye at the plate. 2-1 to Biggio. Down and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. Then you have guys that have displayed good contact. Alejandro Kirk since his first call-up in the major leagues. And Kevin Kiermaier, who has been quite the savant in that number 9 spot. But because he's put the ball in play so much this season, he's been moved up to 7th. The 3-1 popped up. Shallow in center. Correa goes back. From short, he's there. And he makes the catch. 2 down.
And Pablo Lopez made a very good pitch there. 3-1 in the count. Fastball on the inner part of the plate and jammed Kevin Biggio. Kevin probably wants that pitch back. He shouldn't have swung at that pitch, but it was a very good pitch by Pablo Lopez, well executed in the strike zone.
2 down, runner at first. Blue Jays trail 3-zip. Here's Alejandro Kirk. Gets a fastball inside for ball 1. Kevin Gausman yesterday afternoon raving about what Alejandro Kirk has been with him as a battery mate and through the month of September since Danny Jansen had gone down, breaking his finger in Colorado. Called him a sneaky MVP. 1-0. In for a called strike. Kirk played in some capacity every game in the month of September. Didn't get the start on October the 1st because the Blue Jays clinched. He got the day off. 1-1. And a fastball that appeared to be right there was called a ball.
And Kirk got lucky there. That was a fastball that was about as good as it gets. 96 miles an hour. Very much in the strike zone. Down. Wow, that was a bad call. Luckily for Alejandro.
2-1. Kirk takes the heater low.
And again, you're up in the count, 3-1. You can't get too big. Just hit that ball to right field. There's a huge hole between first and second. Have the same approach as you were when it was 0-0.
Some activity behind Lopez in the Twins' pen. 2 down, runner at first. 3-1. Up and in, ball 4. So the Blue Jays again with traffic around the right-hander. Lopez issues the walk with 2 outs here in this 6th inning. And the pitching coach is going to make a mound visit before Kevin Kiermaier will dig in. Blue Jay home runs this season are brought to you by WestJet, the official airline of the Toronto Blue Jays. No plans this weekend. We've got a flight for that. Book your flight across Canada at WestJet.com. Blue Jays would love to see something in the air. Can it come off the bat of Kevin Kiermaier? Had 8 home runs this season. And every time he homered, he acts surprised that he hit a home run. After starting the season telling everybody that would listen, I don't want to hit a home run all year. But that's the approach the Blue Jays would love to see from KK in this situation. Just get a nice level swing.
Keep the line moving. Just hit that ball into the gap somewhere, up the middle. Base hit, score Bo from second base. That's all you need here.
The pitch. That's high, ball one. Kiermaier walked his first time up and then picked up an infield single on that play with Polanco. Bichette was thrown out trying to score after that ball got past the third baseman. 1-0 line drive into left field, a base hit. Luis Rivera wants to score. Bichette. Wallner cuts it off next to the line, comes up throwing, the throw is cut off, and the Blue Jays are on the board. Kevin Kiermaier goes the opposite way with an RBI single. He cashes in Bo Bichette, and now it's 3-1 Minnesota.
And what a great piece of hitting from such a professional hitter in Kevin Kiermaier. A good fastball from Pablo Lopez down in the zone away, and Kevin Kiermaier just drops the head on it and hits a good line drive into left field, scoring Bo Bichette. That's exactly what this Blue Jays team needed right now.
And maybe the other thing that they wanted to see, Pablo Lopez out of this ball game just to hit the refresh button. Rocco Baldelli is out. Few have been embraced quicker in Twins history than what Pablo Lopez has done since being acquired and then immediately saying, I want to be in Minnesota a long time. He signed a massive contract extension. He pitched in the postseason last year. He departs, lined up for a winning decision. But the book open. The tying runs for the Blue Jays are on here in this sixth. Matt Chapman is coming up for Toronto, who trails 3-1. This pitching change brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty Pro all the way. This pitching change also gets us an opportunity to get basket baseball control and show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Before we get back to that St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, one more visit with the Fan Morning Show. Ben and Brent speaking to Sportsnet's TV voice, Dan Schulman in Minnesota.
You know, we've seen him pinch hit for Matt Chapman. We've seen him drop Matt Chapman down to the 8th spot. We've seen Kevin Biggio's role grow exponentially because he's deserving of that right now. I think what John Schneider's doing is trying to win the game they're playing that day, and that's, of course, what you have to do in the playoffs. I don't know what they're going to do in a safe situation if one comes up here in Minnesota. If you forced me to guess, I would guess it's Hicks. I would guess Romano's in front of Hicks, but I don't know that. Honestly, I'm not saying, I'm not pretending I don't have information when I do. I don't have information. I don't know, but that's a good problem for the Blue Jays to have if they get to the end of the game and they've got to choose between those two guys.
That's Dan Schulman with Ben Ennis and Brent Gunning on the Fan Morning Show. Hey, don't forget, Jays Talk follows the final out of this one as it usually does. Blair and Barker will be along for your post-game pleasure. Blair will throw out the numbers to call after the final out, but get to whatever you like with Blair and Barker on Jays Talk after this ball game. On that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, still 2 more games to come later. Diamondbacks at Brewers, 7:08 p.m. Eastern first pitch. Corbin Burns versus Brandon Pfaadt is the pitching matchup. Brewers also saying, if you missed it, that Brandon Woodruff is out for the rest of the playoffs. Marlins at Phillies, 8:08 p.m. Eastern first pitch. Zach Wheeler versus Jesus Luzardo in that pitching matchup will join that game in progress. Louis Varland on the mound for the Twins. Back to Target Field. Here's Ben Wagner and Chris LaRue.
What an incredible moment this has to be for Louis Varland, who grew up just over the Mississippi River in St. Paul. His first appearance in the postseason is as a Minnesota Twin. And he faces Matt Chapman, who fouls the first pitch back for strike one. Pablo Lopez is out. The book is left open. The tying runs for Toronto are aboard. Twins 3, Blue Jays 1. Pitch to Chapman, hit high in the air, out to center field. Back goes Taylor, out the wall. He leaps into the air, and he makes the catch. He went back in front of the high wall in right center field, timed his leap perfectly, and came down with the pearl, denying Matt Chapman of an extra base hit and robbing the Blue Jays of runs. A very good defensive play by Taylor again. That retires the side. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left in the 6th for Toronto after 5.5. It's the Twins 3 and the Blue Jays 1. This is Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ah, October is here. The summer weather is winding down, and we are cheering on our Blue Jays. Wait, my basement's not ready for October baseball parties? Store your summer gear with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free. Details at accessstorage.ca.
Or a tall glass of this week's Food Basics deals with 4-liter Lactancia Pure Filter Milk. Just $4.88 until October 4th. Plus, get more great deals in the digital flyer at foodbasics.ca or on the app. Food Basics, always more for less.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more into your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
The job market isn't changing. It's already changed. New technologies are creating new jobs and eliminating others. How can you prepare for this new world of work? With the York University School of Continuing Studies program. Our programs are developed with industry experts and enable you to upskill and reskill quickly. You'll also gain access to our career services to help pursue your ambitions. Get hired in fields like accounting, big data, cybersecurity, digital marketing, customer success management, and cloud ops. Learn more at continue.yorku.ca.
This is the AL Wildcard Series.
If it's fair, it's gone. It is gone!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Thanks for being here for Blue Jays baseball this afternoon. Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where it has been an electric scene. Royce Lewis is the offensive star of this one with a pair of home runs, becoming the first Twin since 1987 with a 2-homer game in the postseason. It's a 3-1 Minnesota lead going into the bottom of the 6th inning. Carlos Correa will lead it off. Ryan Jefferson, then Matt Wallner. The first pitch from the right-hander. Chad Green is tapped away by Correa for strike 1.
And as much as Royce Lewis has been a game changer today, Michael A. Taylor needs to get some accolades as well.
The 0-1 to Correa, fouled away at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes on the number 6 hitter. Green aboard courtesy of Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty Pro all the way. Veteran right-hander deals the 0-2, and it's fouled back. Stays no balls and 2 strikes. While we always point towards the offensive hero in a game, right now it is certainly Royce Lewis. A 2-run home run in the first, the solo home run in the third, but twice he has his thumbprint on game-defining plays defensively with a dive and then a leaping catch, robbing Alejandro Kirk of a sinking ball in center field, and then absolutely robbing Matt Chapman of what would have been an extra base hit off the wall in right center field, and then stuffing an opportunity for the Blue Jays to produce any runs.
It would have been a tie ball game. It would have been 3-3 if Michael A. Taylor hadn't have made that play.
Oh, 0-2 the count on Correa. The pitch. Fastball's up and out. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chapman had a deep drive out to center field, a little slice on it. Taylor had it lined up all the way, but at the last moment he wasn't so sure. The 1-2. Ground ball out to second. 2 hopper handled easily by Kevin Biggio. Sidearm toss to first. And Correa is retired. There's 1 out. That ball would not have gone out of this ballpark, by the way. Chris was mentioning why it would have been tied. Kirk running on 2 outs on contact would have easily scored from second. And with the speed of Kevin Kiermaier, you can bank on him tapping the plate to tie the game. First pitch, ground ball foul off the bat of Ryan Jeffers for strike 1.
Well, when that ball was going into Michael Taylor's glove, Alejandro was already around third and Kevin Kiermaier was already around second. Both those guys would very easily have scored. Tough break for Toronto.
0-1. Fly ball out to right field. Routine for Springer. Trots forward, angling near the line, makes the play. And there are 2 down. Blue Jays trailing 3-1. Here comes Matt Wallner.
And this is a huge inning for Chad Green. He needs a shutdown inning. The Blue Jays just scored a run. Now they're within striking distance. 3 runs is tough. 2 runs is very, very doable. Chad Green needs to put up a 0 here.
Wallner pulls the first pitch to Vladdy. Lunges out, gets the backhand, sprints to first to get the out and retire the side. Twins down 1-2-3 in quick relief work by Chad Green, making his postseason debut with the Blue Jays. To the 7th we go. Minnesota 3 and Toronto 1. You're listening to the American League Wild Card. Blue Jays baseball is proudly presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming through the new Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
With the price of a new vehicle, I'm not buying one anytime soon. Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
Moments are headed to the postseason.
Target acquired. Ready for the next level.
It took a team to get here. A loud nation will push us further. The goal remains the same. It's bigger. It's louder.
This pitching clinic. Grand slam!
It's the postseason. It's time. Get next level loud.
The Blue Jays are ready to bring some noise in the postseason.
Bring the noise!
The Toronto Blue Jays play here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Off to the 7th inning here at Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota. With Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. This 7th inning is being brought to you by WestJet. Overdue for a catch-up? We've got a flight for that. Book your flight across Canada at WestJet.com. WestJet, proud to be the official airline of your Toronto Blue Jays. The Blue Jays on the board their last time at the plate in the 6th inning. An RBI base hit by Kevin Kiermaier, cashing in Bo Bichette, starting to knife into a 3-0 deficit. Now within a pair, the Blue Jays go back to the bench and bring in Whit Merrifield to face Caleb Thielbar. Thielbar in the pitching change. Second reliever used by the Twins today. Lefty's pitch, curveball in for a called strike 1. This pitching change brought to you by Certainteed, the Pro's Choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainteed Pro all the way. Lefty deals. The right-handed batting, Merrifield takes down and in. 1 ball and 1 strike.
In Thielbar's last 7 games, he almost has a 9 ERA. Small sample size at 5 1/3 innings, but not great nonetheless.
1-1. Down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike on Merrifield, who the Blue Jays hope is acting more like a table setter when you've got George Springer standing out on deck. And with 1 swing, he can tie this game. The 2-1. Merrifield pops it up. Right side of the diamond. Kirilloff, the first baseman. He's there. And there's 1 away. Willie Castro has also entered the lineup defensively first for the Twins today. He's in replace of Matt Wallner. Castro's been a revelation for this Twins club. One up, 1 down. Here's George Springer. Blue Jays down 2 runs. Batting in the 7th. The pitch. Inside corner, strike 1. 0-1. Ground ball hit sharply out to his former teammate. Correa's got it. Shuffle step on to first. 2 down. More and more, I keep waiting on the George Springer moment here in the postseason. Didn't finish the way that he wanted last year by being carted off because of an injury that he sustained on a diving play in center field, colliding with Bo Bichette in Game 2 of the wild card. He's 0 for 4 today. Here's Brandon Belt. Lefty on lefty, fouls the first pitch back for strike 1. Nobody on. The 0-1 pitch. Fouled back. No balls and 2 strikes. His season ultimately ended because of injury. Postseasons have started for a couple of Twins off of injury in Carlos Correa and Royce Lewis. Crowd back on their feet. And the pitch is outside. Injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Prayer Personal Injury Lawyers. Life is throwing you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company. Get ahead of the count. Call Bergmanis Prayer Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better. Bergmanis Prayer will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. The pitch. Belt hits it in the air, shallow left. Here comes Castro, called off by Correa. And it's a 1-2-3 inning of relief for Caleb Thielbar. Downtown Minneapolis, it's time to stretch where the Twins have a 3-1 lead over the Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card, presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming through the Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, and I know a foul when I see one. And there's nothing more foul than rising interest rates. So when I'm not calling the ball game, I'm calling Pizza Pizza for a hot and fresh fixed-rate pizza. An extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $16.99 until the end of 2023. So when inflation throws you a curveball, at least your pizza price won't. That's what I call a swing and a drive. Lock in today at fixedratepizza.ca.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
With the cost of living going up, I've got to find some ways to save money.
Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
We're Bet365, the world's favorite sportsbook. Place your bets before or after the game starts on the biggest sports like hockey, basketball, baseball, football, MMA, and soccer. Here's the best part. Bet365 is now available in Ontario. Download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's #1.
Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
Is jersey just a little bit tighter? This is what the postseason is all about. The Toronto Blue Jays play here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Out of the stretch here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Blue Jays trail 3-1 with the Twins coming to the plate with Michael A. Taylor, Edouard Julien, and Jorge Polanco. Chad Green will continue in relief for the Blue Jays. Yenesis Cabrera is loosening and on standby. There's the pitch. Swing and a miss by Taylor for strike 1. Royce Lewis has made his impact offensively. Michael A. Taylor defensively has really helped the Twins turn the tide. The 0-1. Outside. 1 ball and 1 strike on the #9 hitter. Has turned in a couple of really fantastic defensive plays. A couple of eye-popping plays, too. Going back, leaping at the wall to rob Matt Chapman, and then a diving grab coming straight forward, denying Alejandro Kirk. Taylor fouls the fastball way off to the right, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. One, two. That's high. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're inside the Timber Mart broadcast booth this afternoon. The Blue Jays will be in action for Game 2 of this best of 3 tomorrow at the same time. The 2-2 swing and a miss. Chased a high fastball, and Taylor's down on strikes. And with Cabrera ready to go, you wonder if 4 will be the requirement for Chad Green this afternoon, and it will. Genesis Cabrera was ready when this 7th inning started. Chad Green got the righty on righty, and now he'll get lifted by manager John Schneider in this pitching change. Brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty Pro all the way. The lefty, Genesis Cabrera, is coming aboard. He'll face Quebec City's own Edouard Julien when we return to Minneapolis. It's the Twins 3 and the Blue Jays 1 as we go to baseball control and Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get to that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, let's take another visit with the Fan Morning Show. Hosted by Ben Ennis and Brent Gunning, they spoke to Sportsnet's TV voice Dan Schulman on the pinch hitting situation we might see at Target Field.
When a lefty, when Caleb Thielbar comes in the 7th inning for a Belt or a Biggio or a Kiermaier or a Varsho, will they pinch hit? Because some of those lefties that the Blue Jays have actually have done pretty well against opposing lefties. Will they pinch hit might depend on when it is. If it's in the 6th inning, maybe you don't because you want that left-handed bat in there against a righty later in the game. If it's in the 8th inning, maybe you do. But if he is going to pinch hit, do you go to Merrifield, do you go to Espinal, or do you go to Schneider? You've got like 3 different guys there. So I think it could be 3 different situations. If they're looking for somebody to pop one out of the ballpark, maybe it's Schneider. If they're just looking for contact, move a runner, hit a fly ball, bring a runner in from third, maybe it's Espinal or Merrifield.
That is Dan Schulman, and he was right. We did see some pinch hitting when Caleb Thielbar came in the 7th inning. Hey, don't forget, Jays Talk follows the final out of this one, as it usually does. Blair and Barker have the post-game show, so get to whatever you like with B&B on Jays Talk after this ball game. On that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, the one final from earlier, if you missed it and are just joining us now, Rangers at Rays. Texas wins 4-0. The Rays have 4 errors in that game, the most in a single postseason game in Rays franchise history. Rangers up 1-0 in the best of 3 at the Trop. That's the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Genesis Cabrera on the mound at a windy Target Field. Let's get you back to the action in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Here's Ben Wagner and Chris LaRue.
61 appearances, no matter the color of feathers that he was wearing this season, Cardinal red or Blue Jay blue for Genesis Cabrera. Edouard Julien, Jorge Polanco, and Royce Lewis, if anybody reaches, against Cabrera here in this 7th inning. The Blue Jays are down 3-1. And a little bit of a surprise here, lefty on lefty. Kyle Farmer has been summoned, and they pulled back Edouard Julien, their leadoff man. So Farmer will pinch hit. That was a late decision by Rocco Baldelli on what he wanted to do. Not the first postseason appearance for Cabrera. He deals to the right-handed Farmer, and a fastball in there for a called strike 1. A couple of appearances in 2019, a pair of appearances in the pandemic playoffs, pitching for St. Louis. A 2-year gap for Cabrera on a postseason mound. The 0-1. Fastball popped out of play over to the right. No balls and 2 strikes on Farmer. Twins got a 2-run home run from Royce Lewis in the 1st inning. Made it 3-0 when he started the 3rd with the solo shot. 0-2. Fouled away at the plate. Blue Jays threatened in the 1st, had runners on in the 2nd. Another threat in the 4th inning. Left a man at 3rd in the 5th, but finally able to break through in the 6th inning on an RBI single from Kevin Kiermaier, cashing in Bo Bichette in the 6th. Now in the 7th, 3-1 Twins. The 0-2, swing and a miss. Cabrera gets the strikeout, and there's 2 down.
I'll tell you what, we've said it before, but Genesis Cabrera has been an absolute revelation for this team. He was somewhat of a mess in St. Louis, but look at him now in a very, very important playoff game, pitching very important innings. and getting a big out in Kyle Farmer.
3-1. Twins in front. Jorge Polanco gets a first pitch strike. And this goes against the grain of what the Blue Jays were doing earlier in the year once they acquired Cabrera from the Cardinals. Rare that was the case that he pitched after Tim Meza. The 0-1 in the air up the right field line, slicing up the chalk and out of play. No balls and 2 strikes now on Polanco. But the Blue Jays have had to go to the bullpen early and often. It was a short start for the starter, Kevin Gausman. Meza was part of the relief corps that came out. And now Cabrera has to face the top third of this order. The 0-2. That's low. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And this is exactly how I would have managed this ball game. Kevin Gausman, short start because he didn't look great. And then you bring all your lockdown relievers. It doesn't matter how early it is. This is a must-win game.
A pivotal game number 1. 1-2. Just a little bit low. John Schneider was talking with us on the field yesterday how valuable that game 1 win feels. The 2-2 fouled back. The Blue Jays haven't won a postseason game since 2016. A 2-game sweep by the Rays in 2020. Missed the playoffs by a game in 2021. Were 2-out against the Mariners last postseason. Now the Twins, they don't want to hear about the recent struggles of the Blue Jays. They've got their own problems. 2-2, down and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. A win today from Minnesota will be the first postseason victory of any kind in any situation since 2004. The Twins have lost 18 straight postseason games. 3-2, fouled back again.
And you can see Genesis Cabrera has left 3 straight breaking balls arm side, almost in the other batter's box. He's not getting on top of his breaking ball. If he wants Jorge Polanco to swing and miss or get out on a breaking ball, he needs to get extension, and he hasn't been doing that the last 3 pitches.
2 out, nobody on. The payoff. Check swing, and a pitch down in the dirt. He offered at it, so Kirk makes the flip up the line to retire this side, as Chad Green and Genesis Cabrera combine to strike out the side in the 7th inning. We're up to the 8th. It's the Twins 3 and the Blue Jays 1. You're listening to the American League Wild Card. Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection, streaming through the new Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet radio network.
At Lexus of Oakville, our motto is anyone can sell a car. Very few can deliver a Lexus. Because it's true. It's also true that anyone can make an SUV. Very few can make the perfect SUV. Introducing 5th generation Lexus RX, our latest advancement in SUV perfection. A dramatic step up in efficiency, luxury, handling, technology, and safety. Come see the all-new 2023 RX at Lexus of Oakville, starting at $61,275 plus HST and licensing. Even the price is perfection.
As a parent in Ontario, I know the importance of investing in education, but I'm concerned. The Ford government talks a big game, but the reality that I see is more cuts. I see fewer resources, supports, and programs in my kids' school. This government needs to make real investments now so that all students can succeed. Because when we invest in students, we invest in the future. Tell the Ford government you agree. Visit knowmore.ca. That's knowmore.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
At Public Mobile, we do things differently. From our subscription phone plans to throwing a big sale right now when no one else is. Well, maybe they are, but who cares? Our sale is better. And it's on right now. No waiting necessary. You have the latest phone. Now take advantage of a great price on a 5G subscription phone plan. It's the perfect deal for anyone who could use some savings right now. Subscribe today at publicmobile.ca. Different is calling.
This is the AL Wildcard Series.
Diving stop made by Chapman. Throws to first. In time to get the out.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
It's the American League wild card, and it continues in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Twins have a 3-1 lead over the Blue Jays, who will bring up Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, and Kevin Biggio. Next to Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. Show Ali's at Baseball Control. He'll join us throughout the afternoon. And behind the scenes, making sure everything sounds smooth, Andrew Holland, Connor Lamont, and Tom Young at our controls. Griffin Jacks will take over the pitching here in the 8th inning. Vladdy sees a new right-hander. And the pitch. Guerrero whistles a line drive into right center field, down for a base hit. 2 long bounces and all the way to the wall. Guerrero cuts the bag at first, slides into second with a leadoff double.
And you can see just how pumped up Vlad is at second base, yelling at the dugout. A few fist pumps. He's been waiting to do that. That was a great piece of hitting. A fastball down and away, and he just takes it into the right center gap. What a good swing, good flat swing through the zone as he barrels into second base. Great start.
The first extra base hit in the postseason for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. of any of the 3 that he's played in. He's in scoring position for Bichette. And a strike on the outside corner from Griffin Jacks, who's aboard courtesy of Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty, pro all the way. Tying run at the plate. Jacks deals. Swing and a miss by Bo. And it's 0-2.
And you can see Bo got big with that swing. That was a hanging slider over the middle of the plate. And he pulled his shoulder out and swung and missed. That's not Bo's style. Bo stays with that pitch and takes it the other way. He needs to stay within himself.
The pitch. Swing and a miss. Bo went after a slider, couldn't reach it, and he's down on strikes.
He got way too big in that at-bat. He was trying to do something that he didn't need to do. He needs to hit every batter that comes to the plate from here on out needs to hit a single. They needs to concentrate on hitting singles and keeping the line moving.
Kevin Biggio looks out. The right-hander's pitch is on the inside corner for strike 1. Defensively, Jorge Polanco has shifted from 3rd to 2nd. And Kyle Farmer is now the 3rd baseman. He pinch hit for the 2nd baseman, Edward Julian. 0-1, and it's 0-2. Minnesota in the 8th. The 0-2. Outside corner, strike 3. Biggio down looking. The Blue Jays had a leadoff double from Guerrero and have gone down on strikes twice.
Well, the problem is Griffin Jacks has a really tight slider. It looks exactly like his fastball, and the Blue Jays are being fooled by it right now. He's thrown about 5 or 6 in a row.
Kirk swings at the first pitch. Hot shot on the ground to first. Kirilloff with the backhand on to first. And the Blue Jays lead the leadoff double at second base. Middle of the 8th. It's the Twins 3 and the Blue Jays 1. You're listening to the American League Wild Card, presented by Crown Rust Protection. Blue Jays baseball is streaming through the new Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet radio network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, and I know a foul when I see one. And there's nothing more foul than rising interest rates. So when I'm not calling the ball game, I'm calling Pizza for a hot and fresh fixed-rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $16.99 until the end of 2023. So when inflation throws you a curveball, at least your pizza price won't. That's what I call a swing and a drive. Lock in today at fixedratepizza.ca.
Order pizza.ca.
With the price of a new vehicle, I'm not buying one anytime soon. Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
Join Bet365 now and discover the power of the world's favorite sportsbook. Watch thousands of live games. Build your own bet. You can even bet on games while they're still being played. Seriously. And if you can't watch the games live, we'll alert you to any changes. Nice. We're the world's favorite sportsbook, and this is no ordinary betting app.
Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
Win today for the right to play tomorrow. It's all on the line in the postseason.
The Blue Jays win it.
This is your home of the Blue Jays, the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Last of the 8th inning here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. With Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Wagner. The Blue Jays trying to fend off the Minnesota Twins, trailing 3-1. Royce Lewis, Max Kepler, and then Danny Sandoval coming to the plate. Donovan Solano coming to the plate for Minnesota here in the 8th. Jordan Hicks is out of the bullpen to pitch for Toronto. First pitch, a fastball at 99 downstairs, ball 1.
And that's something we haven't seen much today of. Royce Lewis looked incredibly uncomfortable with that first pitch fastball from Jordan Hicks. That tells you just how good that fastball is.
A heavy sinker at 99, 1-0. Fouled away. Got a piece of the heater. Evens the count at 1-1 strike. Usually it's fastballs that are capitalized on by Royce Lewis. Statistically, nobody hit one pitch better in the big leagues than what Royce Lewis did against fastballs this season. He's homered on a pair of them today. 1-1, sharp ground ball to short. Backhanded pickup by Bichette. Jump throw on to first, leaving the bag. Guerrero applies the tag on Lewis, who's retired for the first time today.
And that was a tough play from Bo Bichette. A little bit of a missed throw, but Vlad came off the bag, caught the ball, and was able to tag Royce Lewis running down the line. But I tell you what, Jordan Hicks is the real deal. I don't care how much of a mess he was in St. Louis. He is the real deal at this moment in time.
Pitch to Max Kepler. Left-handed batter gets a fastball, strike 1. Kepler's 1 for 3. Singled and stranded back in the 5th. Kepler pulls the 0-1 foul. No balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with high heat at 100 miles an hour. A strikeout for Hicks.
And that is a thing of beauty. 100 miles an hour down in the zone, first pitch. A slider down the middle, second pitch. And then a heater at 100. See you later.
We are going to have 2 of the more lively right-handers pitching in the game back-to-back. Hicks here in this 8th. And then Yohan Duran to close it out for the Twins in the 9th inning. Blue Jays down 3-1. Both guys averaging well over 100 miles an hour. Solano's 1-0. That's down and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Solano pinch hit and fly to right his only time up. The 2-0. Blow it away. 3 balls and no strikes. Carlos Correa standing out on deck. Kevin Kiermaier, Matt Chapman, Whit Merrifield scheduled to bat in the 9th. 3-0, that's way outside. Not much of a challenge in that at bat against Solano. Results in a 4-pitch walk.
And Jordan Hicks just lost it there. 4 straight uncompetitive pitches. And I'm not sure why that happens sometimes, but a lot of pitchers have problems with getting 2 quick outs and then locating on that third hitter. Mental thing, I don't know.
Carlos Correa, the well-seasoned vet in postseason, takes down and away ball one. Slider missing from Hicks. Likes to just zip that first pitch fastball over, thinking guys are going to take a look at it. He didn't mess around with Correa. He put the wrinkle on the pitch. 1-0. On the outside corner, right at the knees. Basically unhittable at 100 miles an hour. It's a ground ball waiting to happen. The 80th postseason game for Carlos Correa in his career. 0 for 3. 1-1. Fastball just a touch outside.
This is a big at-bat for the Toronto Blue Jays. They need to get Carlos Correa here and get back to the dugout, score 2 runs. Jordan Hicks doesn't want to mess around here.
Not a lot of speed at first base. The 2-1. Ground ball in the middle of the diamond. Rolls through. A base hit. Solano's around second. He's trucking to third. Throw goes into second base, and Correa with a base hit puts runners on the corners with 2 down.
A good pitch from Jordan Hicks. A fastball sinking down in the zone, and Carlos Correa goes down and gets it. Tough luck for the Toronto Blue Jays. He hits a ground ball probably where Bo Bichette plays sometimes. And now they have runners on the corner with 2 outs.
Pete Walker will make a mound visit with runners at first and third for the Twins. We're back with you tomorrow. The same time, the same setup, and the same first pitch. 3:38 Central Time, 4:38 Eastern. Sonny Gray against Jose Barrios. Sonny Gray will make his 5th career postseason start, but his first since 2017 as a member of the New York Yankees in Game 4 of the ALCS when he faced the Houston Astros. Tomorrow he gets the Blue Jays and Jose Barrios. Here's Ryan Jeffers. Runners at first and third. First pitch fouled back, strike 1.
And that's when Jordan Hicks is at his best, pounding the zone, either up in the zone or down in the zone. When you're pounding the zone with that sinking 100-mile-an-hour fastball, Jordan Hicks is nearly unhittable.
0-1. Hit up the right field line, sliced into the seats.
And if I'm Jordan Hicks here, I'm not messing around. I'm going with a letter-high heater, no slider, no sweeper. Letter-high heater here. Get back to the dugout.
2 down. Twins on the corners. The 0-2. Slider low and away.
I have to give Jordan Hicks credit there. That actually was a good sweeper that he threw right there. Not many of those in his repertoire, but once in a while he'll throw a good one.
Still in front of Jeffers. The pitch. A fastball up and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jeffers was asked yesterday about being one of the veterans, and he kind of laughed. He said, remember, I'm only 26. But he's been relied along the whole way this season. 2-2. Fastball way outside. Well, he's taken a couple of sweepers. He's taken a fastball. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes on Jeffers. Twins 3, Blue Jays 1. Runner ready at first. He goes, the pitch. Way outside, ball 4. A 102-mile-an-hour fastball yanked way outside. After a couple of quick outs, a pair of walks and a base hit.
And I understand what Jordan Hicks was thinking there. He doesn't want to give him a cookie right down the middle, but that pitch was nowhere near the zone. Nobody's going to swing at that pitch. Now he has nowhere to put him. He has to throw strikes here.
Bases loaded for Willie Castro. On the left side, he gets a first pitch fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Bases loaded. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
And like I said with the last batter, your 0-2, don't mess around. Throw that heater up at the letters, and Willie Castro will swing right through it. Do not mess around here.
Twins have him loaded. 2 down. The pitch. A fastball just high. An emphatic turn by Castro on a borderline pitch on the top part of the zone.
I tell you what, that was a pretty pitch. That was about an inch away from being a strike at the top of the zone. And Willie Castro not swinging at that was pretty impressive.
The 1-2. Fastball low. Bases loaded. The 2-2. Outside corner with a sweeper. Strike 3 on Castro. The Twins leave him loaded, and the Blue Jays are left with life going to the 9th. The Twins 3, the Blue Jays 1. Top of the 9th inning is next in the American League Wild Card. This is Blue Jays Baseball, presented by Crown Rust Protection. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Monte Carlo Inns would like to thank the many of you for visiting our hotels over the last several months. Monte Carlo Inns is very proud of our Made in Canada brand and are delighted to continue to be your home away from home for quality accommodations and functional meeting facilities in Southern Ontario. To save on your next stay with us or to book your next event space, book directly at MonteCarloInns.com.
Monte Carlo Inns.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot, you're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs, driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more into your Subaru. Windows down, take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Whatever the weather, CMC Markets is here to help. Planning for a rainy day? Enjoy $0 commission on U.S. and Canadian share CFDs. Riding out the storm? Get ahead of the curve with lightning-fast execution speeds. Blue skies ahead? Go with the trusted broker backed by over 30 years' experience. Switch to CMC Markets and join over 275,000 global traders. Learn more at cmcmarkets.ca. FX spreads apply. CFDs involve a high degree of risk. Member of Canadian Investor Protection Fund. Umbrella not included.
Scream till your voice gets hoarse. Clap till your hands get sore. Soak in every single moment of the Blue Jays postseason on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Doesn't get much bigger than what Jordan Hicks just did for the Blue Jays, leaving the bases loaded and keeping Toronto's offense within striking distance as we move into the 9th inning. I'm Ben Wagner with Chris LaRue. We're inside the Timbermart broadcast booth here in Minneapolis. Game 1 of the American League Wild Card. The Twins 3 and the Blue Jays 1. Kevin Kiermaier, Matt Chapman, and Whit Merrifield scheduled to come up against Yohan Duran, the hard-throwing right-handed closer for the Twins. The Blue Jays, to come back, tie or win this ballgame, will have to do it against one of baseball's best.
Well, and that's why what Jordan Hicks just did is so important, because giving up a run there, that's a 3-run deficit. 2 runs is doable. 3 runs against Duran, good luck.
The hardest thrower in the game. First pitch to Kiermaier is a splitter over for a called strike 1. Back into the line, the 0-1. Tipped away, foul for strike 2. Kiermaier's been on all 3 times he's been at the plate today. Walked his first time up, picked up an infield single in the 4th. Drove home the lone run today in the 6th with a base hit. The 0-2. Swing and a miss.
And that is just a tough pitch sequence against Kevin Kiermaier, a guy that throws 100, 101, 103. He just threw him 3 split fingers. Good luck hitting that.
Kiermaier stunned, walked away from the batter's box, shaking his head. Now Matt Chapman. First pitch curveball, strike 1. Polanco, the second baseman, shaded towards the middle. Outfield lineup straight away. 0-1. Check swing. Pitch taken down and away. No appeal necessary. A very subdued look in that Toronto dugout. 1-1. Swing and a foul off at the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Chapman.
And Matt Chapman has to just be shaking his head right now. He threw 5 straight off-speed pitches and then reached back and threw 101 up in the zone. Matt Chapman had no chance at that one.
He calls for time. That increases the volume here in Minneapolis. Everybody out of their seats waving bright red rally towels. The Twins closer in the 1-2. Check swing. Strike 3 call. Turns around, asks the home plate umpire about it. Jeffers was already throwing it around the diamond when the home plate umpire, Andy Fletcher, rung him up.
And Matt Chapman was questioning that call, but that was about as good as it gets. A slider at 89, down and away. Duran's got some good stuff.
2 down with Merrifield at the plate. Backs away from a high heater. Strike or for ball 1.
A high heater at 103 miles an hour.
He's nearly hit 105. 1-0 in there for a called strike. Nobody on. Toronto down a pair. The 1-1. Fouled away to the right. It's 1-2. Time called by Merrifield. Lights really starting to take hold of the action down below. Nobody on for Toronto. The 1-2. High and tight.
And Witt does a good job of staying alive. That's what you have to do with pitchers like this that are so dominant. You just have to stay alive, foul pitches off.
Springer's on deck. The 2-2. Down and away. Laid off the breaking ball. Waggled the bat a little bit, so they asked for the appeal, and that's why you hear all the groans, but that wasn't close.
Another really good job from Witt, laying off that split finger down in the zone. What a tough pitch, a tough pitcher. Just choke up and stay alive.
The 3-2. That's high, ball 4. The Blue Jays with 2 out life will get George Springer as the tying run into the batter's box.
And that was a perfect at-bat from Witt. When you're facing somebody as dominant as Duran, you just have to take it pitch by pitch, foul tough pitches off, and then he'll end up walking you just like he did there. And now you have George Springer, who is just due for something big with this Toronto Blue Jays team.
Springer first went to the postseason in 2015 with the Astros. Appearances in 17 with a World Series and an MVP. Back deep into the postseason at 18, 19, and 20. Last year for the Blue Jays went 2 for 7 against the Mariners. Before that, 2-game exit. 0 for 4 tonight. But he is the tying run in the batter's box with 2 outs in the ninth. The owner of 19 postseason home runs. Only Manny Ramirez, Jose Altuve, Bernie Williams, and Derek Jeter have more home runs in the postseason Then George Springer.
And there is nobody more due than George Springer.
Duran ready. The pitch to Springer. Swinging a ground ball. Diving stop by Kirilloff at first. Duran covers first to finish the ball game. A diving play with Merrifield in motion away from first. Kirilloff preserves the win for the Twins, who have their first win in the postseason since 2004. The Twin City drought is over at 18 consecutive losses in the postseason. The Blue Jays are looking for their first win of the postseason after 5 straight losses in postseason play going back to the 2020 year tomorrow in Game 2 in a do-or-die for Toronto in the American League Wild Card.
And this series is not over by any means. The Blue Jays can come out tomorrow and play well, and then they have that wild card in Chris Bassett for game number 3. I still like the Blue Jays' chances of winning this series. Today's game, there was a lot of unfortunate plays. Kevin Gossman left 2 good fastballs up for Royce Lewis. Michael A. Taylor made 2 game-saving plays. And then Kirilloff right there with that nice play in the hole. And Twins played well. Blue Jays they didn't play as well as the Twins, but I still like the Blue Jays' chances.
Blue Jays defeated in Game 1 of the American League Wild Card 3-1 by the Twins here this afternoon. As Chris mentioned, tomorrow it'll be Jose Barrios on the mound against Sonny Gray. First pitch, 4:38 Eastern Time here from Minneapolis, Minnesota. We'll come back, take you through the totals, have our play of the game, and extended post-game show coverage is coming up across the network. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker are ready on your reactions. The text line is always open and your phone calls are on standby. Your final score here from Target Field in Minneapolis, the Twins 3 and the Blue Jays 1. This is Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card presented by Crown Rust Protection. Blue Jays baseball is streaming through the new Sportsnet app and over the Sportsnet radio network.
With the cost of living going up, I've got to find some ways to save money.
Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, and I know a foul when I see one. And there's nothing more foul than rising interest rates. So when I'm not calling the ball game, I'm calling Pizza for a hot and fresh fixed-rate pizza. An extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $16.99 until the end of 2023. So when inflation throws you a curveball, at least your pizza price won't. That's what I call a swing and a drive. Lock in today at fixedratepizza.ca.
Order pizza.ca.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top-quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, and I know a foul when I see one. And there's nothing more foul than rising interest rates. So when I'm not calling the ball game, I'm calling Pizza for a hot and fresh fixed-rate pizza. An extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $16.99 until the end of 2023. So when inflation throws you a curveball, at least your pizza price won't. That's what I call a swing and a drive. Lock in today at fixedratepizza.ca.
Order pizza.ca.
A swing and a belt, and the series can change in an instant. This is what the Blue Jays live for. The Toronto Blue Jays play here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Well, the postseason is never easy, and today was just another test for the Toronto Blue Jays and a tough learning experience. The Blue Jays, for the 3rd straight series without a victory, moving in to the American League wild card. Knocked off by the Minnesota Twins here this afternoon, 3-1. Ben Wagner, Chris LaRue back here in our broadcast booth. Coming up, Jeff Blair, Kevin Barker. They've got the postgame show lined up, taking your texts and your phone calls in just a moment. Before we get to our play of the game, let's take you through the totals as the Blue Jays fall in game one of this best of three. So tomorrow is a must-win situation for the Toronto Blue Jays behind their right-hander and former Twin, Jose Barrios. Today, Minnesota wins on two big swings from Royce Lewis. A two-run home run in the first inning, a solo home run in the third. Those are the only runs produced by Minnesota here today. 3 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. Twins at the plate today left 8 on and went 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. The Blue Jays tallied only once in the 6th and out-hit the Twins today. 1 run on 6 hits, no errors. The Blue Jays left on 9 and went 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. 3 runs, all earned on 3 hits off the starter Kevin Gausman, who went 4+ today, struck out 5 and walked 3. Eric Swanson, Tim Meza, Chad Green, Yenesis Cabrera, and Jordan Hicks all pitching out of the bullpen. Gausman takes the loss in the postseason for Toronto. Pablo Lopez nets the win. 5 2/3, a 1-run ball. He struck out 3, walked 2, and surrendered 5 hits. Bullpen the rest of the way. And Minnesota's 3-1 win over Toronto. It lasted 2 hours and 40 minutes. A rowdy crowd of 38,450 watched it unfold, where the Twins were able to strike with their rookie early and ride it to victory. Time now for our play of the game, brought to you by Bet365. You can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19+, play responsibly, Ontario only. It didn't start great for the Blue Jays today. Kevin Gausman walked the first batter that he faced. This place was worked into a tizzy when the rookie, who hadn't seen action for a couple of weeks, got into the batter's box, and boy, did he ever make his presence felt early. The 3-2. Swinging a line drive, deep left field. That ball's gone. It's 2-0 Minnesota. Royce Lewis whips this place into an early frenzy with a first inning laser shot into the seats in left.
And I have to say, when that happened, I couldn't even hear myself think. This place went wild. They've been waiting 19 years for a playoff win, and unfortunately for Toronto, they got it. Royce Lewis is just the 3rd player all time to homer in each of his first 2 postseason plate appearances, joining Evan Longoria and Gary Gaetti. His performance today was unbelievable. The fastballs that he hit weren't great pitches. Kevin Gausman will tell you that. But to hit 2 homers in your first 2 career postseason at-bats, what an incredible feat from Royce Lewis. And it was, I hate to say this, but it was a fun game. It was a fun game. There were a lot of opportunities for this Blue Jays team. And unfortunately for this Toronto Blue Jays team, they got Sonny Gray tomorrow.
Sonny Gray is an outstanding pitcher. He could have been the game 1 nod for the Minnesota Twins, but Rocco Baldelli just tried to keep things simple. They didn't even travel Pablo Lopez to Colorado. They left him back here in Minneapolis so he could continue his routine. Again, the Twins haven't played a pressure-packed ball game in half a month. Well, they were certainly timely with the pressure moment for the rookie Royce Lewis, who came in as one of the elite hitters in fastballs. And I have to ask you, for somebody that tried to digest Major League scouting reports in his career, Chris LaRue, for a guy that you know can hunt and produce against fastballs, Royce Lewis, for somebody in the big leagues who had over 300+ four-seamers faced this year, produced at a level of Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge. I mean, that kind of elite production. Hunts fastballs, and they gave him fastballs.
Well, I think the biggest thing is those fastballs were not located well. If those are 95, 97 mile-an-hour fastballs down and away, Royce Lewis isn't hitting home runs off those pitches. Both the first pitch was thigh-high, inner half. I could hit a home run on a pitch like that. Maybe not on 97, but that is not a well-located pitch. The second pitch, I thought it was down and away, but I watched the replay. That ball was thigh-high down the middle. So it's not about pitch selection, it's about location. And I know Barker will tell you that coming up. It's not about pitch selection, it's about location. A fastball down and away will get anybody out. I don't care how good you are.
Blue Jays fall on this one. They put their season on the line tomorrow. 4:38 first pitch. Pregame coverage all afternoon on our flagship station, Sportsnet 590 The Fan. And, of course, ahead of the coverage coming up here from Minneapolis, beginning at 3 o'clock Eastern on 4:38 first pitch between Sonny Gray and Jose Barrios. That does it for this corner of the broadcast. Here this afternoon for the guys behind the scenes, Andrew Holland, Connor Lamont, Tom Young, Show Ali at Baseball Control, my broadcast partner, Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Wagner. Once again, your final score, the Minnesota Twins 3 and the Toronto Blue Jays 1. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. All right, postseason baseball, we got it in October. The Blue Jays have their backs against the wall. Let out your frustrations. What do you like? What don't you like about round number 2 tomorrow afternoon from the Twin Cities, when we will talk to you from this broadcast location next. But from now on, the rest of the night, it's time for Blair and Barker and Blue Jays.
Stilted, inactive offense. I don't know if an offense can be inactive all season long. I mean, the Twins don't have to hear about losing 18 consecutive playoff games in a row after this.
Yeah, look.
But you know what? Now we can talk about Vladdy and Bo, the Vladdy-Bo era Jays. They haven't won a game yet. They've lost 5 postseason games. And the clock is ticking on this core. Like, however we want to sugarcoat it, they're not all going to be here for the next 4 or 5 years. So that's where we are right now. We'll start the discussion at 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Yes, indeed, it is only one game. It is a best-of-3 series. They've got Jose Barrios going tomorrow. But Kevin, 4th inning, the 5th inning, the 6th. As you said, they had a Tobacco on the base paths most of this game. They got 1 run. I mean, they had the first batter of the game reaching an error. That is a golden opportunity. Belt pops up. Guerrero grounds out. Bichette flies out to right. Bo gets 2 hits, scores a run, runs into another out at home plate. But for me, the whole game comes down to, and we'll talk about Kevin Gausman, folks. Don't worry, because we got to talk about Kevin Gausman, although in a different light than I think a lot of you are going to say. That 8th inning, Vladdy doubles. Bo comes up, strikes out in 3 pitches, 2 of which have never been in anybody's strike zone, not even Andy Fletcher's.
Ooh.
Biggio gets called out, and then Alejandro Kirk, predictably, on the first pitch grounds out the first. This is the 2023 Jays. Anybody who thought there might be a reset, I didn't see any reset here, Kevin. I don't know about you.
Yeah, look, I saw a team in the Minnesota Twins from their starter to their closer that was not afraid to throw 1 through 9 a fastball. I've been talking about this for how many days, saying that it's about Kevin Gausman throwing elite velocity, which he had in good locations, preferably down and up and not down the middle, and have good finish to your pitches. We didn't really see, we saw one of the 3. We saw the velocity. We didn't see the other 2. But yeah, that's the lineup for me. It's when you're going up, either you're hunting fastball and you can't hit it, or you're not hunting it when you should be hunting it. That's the thing for me. And consistently, it was Pablo Lopez. What'd you see? You saw a sweeper away, you saw a fastball away, and a fastball up.
And as you pointed out, Pablo Lopez wasn't great today.
Yeah, it's okay.
He was fine, but it wasn't a dominant pitching performance from where we sat.
Yeah, you could eliminate the inside part of the plate. You could look middle away, but middle away is sort of, if it's not up for one of the guys in the Jays lineup, it's middle away. That's why you were seeing some of the sweepers away, and he was pretty obvious with the guys he didn't think could hit a fastball. He threw a bunch of those to those guys, and then it was sweepers away, right? So. It was pretty predictable after the first time through that's sort of what you were going to get. Then they didn't get a hit till the fourth inning, and then you mentioned it. I mean, they had chance after chance after chance after chance after chance after chance to try and get a big hit. And Alex Anthopoulos came on our show. What'd he say? You know how you win? You win with really good pitching and power. How'd the Twins win? Really good pitching and power. So if the Blue Jays think they're going to win this series, somebody's going to have to run into one or two or three. It's going to have to happen. It just seems like because of the inability to hit the fastball to the big part of the field with backspin for extra base hits, that would tell you somebody's going to have to run into a couple. And who's it going to be, Jeff? That's the question.
I mean, your guess is as good as your guess is as good as mine. 416-870-0590, 888-666-0590, *590. The Blue Jays have lost 3-1 to the Minnesota Twins. Kevin Gausman gave up a pair of home runs to Royce Lewis. Bark, I know one of the things you pride yourself on is you were never injured. You never spent time in the IL. I'll talk about Gausman in a minute. Kevin, you got to tell me how a dude, unless the fastball location, unless he was just hitting cookies, how a dude comes off the IL and hasn't played a game in like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, and is hitting bombs.
Yeah, look. Moises Alou always used to tell me if you can hit a fastball, you'll always be able to hit a fastball. That's the thing. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen a fastball in 2 weeks. If you're looking for it and you're good at it, good chance you got a decent chance of putting it in play if it's in your zone. Right? What was the first one? He tried to go away. He left it in with run.
Yep.
I've been telling you this forever, that when he has issues, he's not finishing it, and it has run, right? That thing needs to be straight for it to be located and for it to look the same as the split finger. That one didn't do that. The next one he hit, what did he want? He wanted it up. He left it right down the middle because it was running again. That's what it is. Good fastball hitters who are looking for fastballs and get in that position to hit it, you got to make really good pitches to them if you're going to throw them fastballs. If you don't, probably good chances, no matter how hard they throw it, they're going to hit it hard, and that's what happened. I hate to say this. It pains me to say this. Kevin Gausman didn't show up. Like, I hate that. Just pains me till no end. But for a veteran guy to basically have to be walked through how to get through however many innings he threw is disappointing.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, he was thinking about them either having something or let that umpire get between his ears. I mean,
yeah, and I mean,
it's just
Andy, listen, and I'm looking at the college now. Hopefully, nobody's going to come on and complain about Andy Fletcher because he gave
he stunk.
Yeah, he stunk, but he also gave the Jays a lot. He gave the Jays a lot of breaks there
for both teams. Is what your point.
I'm glad you mentioned that about Gausman because there's been talk about Gausman tipping pitches with the Twins. Again, the Twins' numbers against Gausman are outrageously good. And I told y'all, one of the reasons I didn't want this team to play the Twins is because they own Kevin Gausman. I mean, I did. But this time, Buck made a point during the telecast. I didn't see, to me, if a guy is tipping pitches, you see swings that are really unusual. You see takes that are really. I didn't see that today. I just saw a guy who did not have his fastball command, and a team. We talked about this. You know what the Twins don't hit really well as a team?
Split fingers.
They don't hit the split finger as a team, so they go up there thinking, okay, one, we're not going to. What you always talk about this? Why swing at it if we can't do anything with it? And two, guy's fastball location is off. 27 pitches in the first inning. 45 pitches through 2 innings. I don't think they had anything on Kevin Gausman other than the fact that, that Kevin Gausman, forget the splitter, swing of the fastball, and the fastball wasn't very good. And know what? No. The velo was there for Kevin Gausman's fastball. But you're right, man. There were way too many, and this surprised me, way too many non-competitive fastballs from Kevin Gausman.
Yeah,
way too many.
I know you heard me say, because I say this a lot, that to get them to swing at the split finger, you got to get called strikes at the bottom of the zone. He had 4 of them.
Yeah.
And one of those was in a 3-0 count.
Yeah.
That for me is where they're at with that. It was enough of the saying that they got something on him. No, they were non-competitive.
Yeah.
Like out of the hand, they were easy takes.
Listen, I agree with you. I agree with you completely. Let's go to the phone lines. Russ in New Jersey. Why am I not surprised you're calling up, Russ? How you doing, my friend?
Good, but I'm going to respectfully not disagree with you, but it looked like the Twins had Gossman's, his pitching machine in their helmets. Look at the at-bat. He throws 2 splitters. Listen, a splitter's a splitter. The guy doesn't even flinch.
Yeah, but
they didn't even flinch.
But Russ, there's no point in them doing that. Statistically, they do not hit. They know as a team they don't hit the splitter that well. I mean, the numbers. It's a very simple approach. We're not going to do anything with it. We haven't been able to do anything with it all year. We're not going to swing at it. I don't think we can overthink this. I think it's very simple. I'll tell you this, Russ, and I'll let you continue. But I'll tell you this: I think the Twins are in Kevin Gossman's head.
Oh, no question.
I think they're absolutely in his head. I think he may have them in his head more than they have his pitching machine in their head. But please continue. We can disagree.
That's fair. I was on one of the home runs. He let 2 splitters go. Another point. I don't want anyone to call wide Bichette run. That was a phenomenal play by Correa to come all the way basically behind second base. And you see the replay just standing there, and he just dashes over, makes a perfect throw to get Bichette by a lot at the plate. But I'm not going to blame Bichette. Once that ball goes by the third baseman, he's coming home. Again, like you guys said, it's been the whole season. You get that leadoff. They have chances. Then you get that leadoff double by Guerrero and, 2 strikeouts and the ground out. And the 9th inning, when Merrifield got on, I said, "Where's Danny Jansen, Detroit?" It was 3-1, and you hit that 2-run homer.
You know
I was saying maybe, but listen, tomorrow. Listen, like you guys said, this has been basically the whole season. You look at the Twins. I'm in the car now, but I remember every score this year. We lost to them 3-2. We beat them 3-1. We beat them 3-0. We didn't score many runs against them. We had that 7-6 game, the Biggio game where he hit the homer. So, tomorrow you hope Barrios doesn't come too jacked up that he's, pitching in Minnesota, back home where it all, back where it all started. But you hope he pitches a good game. And like both of you guys said, they're going to have to run into some pitches and get some big swings tomorrow. And, hopefully we live to play game 3 on Thursday. But if it ends tomorrow, it's going to be a lot of questioning with this team because it's like you guys have said, it's been too many games where that bats sometimes are just non-competitive.
Yeah, Russ, I appreciate the call. Kevin, I want to talk about the play with Bo. Mm-hmm. In the, what inning was it? Sorry here.
Fourth
inning. 2 out. Kevin Kiermaier, 2 out runners on first and second. Well, Kirk's on first, so men on first and second. I don't really call them runners. Kevin Kiermaier. Why should I? Kevin Kiermaier hits a fielder's choice, and it goes under the glove of Jorge Polanco at third base. Carlos Correa, who again hadn't played since September 18th, suffering from plantar fasciitis. It's basically a chronic condition. He comes over, backs up the play. You're right. I mean, Kevin, he may only be playing on 1 foot, but he's still got a cannon. Throws Bo out at home, and it wasn't even that close. Now, to Russ's point, Luis Rivera did put up the stop sign, and Bo could not possibly have known, Kevin, where the ball was. Could he? Like, if you take a look at, he is by third base by the time the ball is by the third baseman, right?
No, he's at second base. The ball was the little chopper hit from Kiermaier. The play's right in front of him. He saw the third baseman miss the baseball. The ball's behind him is when you're supposed to pick up the third baseman. What does
the third base coach, you mean?
Yeah, what does every base runner tell you? The scoreboard will tell me what to do. What was the score of the game in the fourth inning with 2 outs, Jeff?
3-1.
2-0.
Oh, 2-0. You're right.
2-0. Why would Bo Bichette with Matt Chapman coming up? Why would Bo Bichette?
No, it was 3-0.
Knowing who's playing, whatever it was. It was 2-0, wasn't it?
No. Anyhow, continue.
It was 2-0. It's 2-0 in the third inning. That's the fourth inning rolls around. They're down 2-0. That's sort of when the play is behind you. Yeah, for me, you got to hold up there. You got to give your teammate a chance. Matt Chapman's coming up. I get it. But for me, anyway, that's bad base running.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't think there's any defense. I don't think there's any defense for it either. Luke in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Same old, man. I can't put it any other way. I almost felt like just saying, guys, get the tape from whatever game it was. Let's just replay the tape from the last Twins game. Yeah, I'd like to say that I was stunned or surprised or shocked or this is kind of this is how I expect this team to lose games, I guess is the way I'd put it.
No, I agree. I was just calling to wonder what you guys thought about taking Varsho out there and putting in Witt. I mean, I know Varsho struggles that lefty, but to me, he seems like the only guy who has passion in that lineup.
I don't know. Thanks for the call. I don't know about passion. Passion isn't going to allow you to hit Yohan Duran. I didn't have. Look, at that point, you're trying to get something going. It is 3-1.
He took him out because thigh bar against lefties. Lefties are like 6 for 46 of him.
Yeah,
that's why he took him out.
And that's the time where you're going to use Merrifield. It's like anything else. You do that, you know that you're going to see Duran late in the game. I got to tell you, I thought John Schneider made some really good moves here. I love the way he used his bullpen. Jordan Hicks he's a trip. Let's just put it. There's no other way to put it. You could probably use Jordan Hicks the first, second, third, or fourth inning and not know what the hell you're going to get out of him. Again, it gets back to that eighth inning. 3-1, Vladdy leads off with a double. Come on, give me a run. You've almost accidentally got to score a run. Top of the order didn't do much today, by the way. 0 for 4, 0 for 7, 0 for 8 with Springer reaching on an error. Springer and Belt were basically, although Springer did scald that one ball, they were basically no-shows. And, we've talked about this. Brandon Belt, I think Kevin plays an outsider's role in this lineup. I don't like it. I think it's a weakness, but the fact of the matter, he does. And, popping out to the catcher, strikeout looking, strikeout swinging, weak fly to the shortstop. That's out of your number 2 spot.
Yeah, I don't think we can complain about who's hitting where. 1 through 4 had 0 RBIs on the road against one of the better pitching staffs in baseball.
Kiermaier, you're right. Kiermaier had the RBI. You're right.
They're not going to win any games if that happens. They're just not having the 5 through 9 is not good enough hitters to consistently carry this team. So it's not going to work out that way. And you were right, and I was wrong. It was 3-0, which even makes that
play
more
dumber.
Absurd.
Yeah, I know it does. That's why it was
for Bo Bichette. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Maybe it's,
but they were down 3-0. So yeah, it makes no sense. At least give your chance, buddy, to run into one.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's 2 American, 3 Canadian, or 2 Canadian, 3 American, whatever. But yeah, it was 3-0. 3-1 was the final score for the Minnesota Twins over the Blue Jays. So the Twins do not have to hear they've lost 18 consecutive games. Vladdy and Bo, on the other hand, still haven't won a postseason game as members of the majors, let's put it that way. Daniel in Oakville, you're on Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker.
How's it going, guys?
Same as told the last caller. It's just Groundhog Day, my friend. Another 3-1 loss without a big hit.
So two quick questions for you. I'll make it quick so you guys can answer them as best you can. First thing, with the amount of success the Twins have had against Gausman, do you think it was the play to pitch him first, or do you think you could have kind of brought him to the side and seen if he would have been able to go game 3 or game 2 if you needed him instead, and brought Chris Bassett, who's had probably the best success recently for the starting pitching? And the second question would be, we paid George Springer all this money, Mr. October, and yet again he swung at the first pitch 3 of the 4 times he was up. I'll let you guys take it away.
Yeah, we'll deal with the first thing first. I think Kevin Gausman is going to be the starter in Game 1 of the postseason, regardless. He's been their best starting pitcher this year on balance. Mm-hmm. He's going to get some Cy Young votes. I know that shouldn't matter necessarily in terms of decision making, but if Kevin Gausman hadn't started, you don't not start your best pitcher because the other team hits them hard.
There you go.
You just don't. You have to have faith in the guy. You really do. Although again, I'm going to mention this is why I wanted to see the Jays play the Rays, who lost 4-0 to Texas, by the way.
So you're saying they had a better chance of getting hits with runners in scoring position against the Tampa Bay Rays?
Oh, based on what I saw today, probably.
Yeah.
Based on the Rays today.
Okay, answer the George Springer question. I've already answered it.
I know you have.
I'll let you answer it.
Again, I don't care. I mean, 100 to me, once you get over 100 million, it's all the same.
No, it ain't.
Yeah,
150 is not 100.
Once you get over 100 million, it's all the same.
No, it ain't.
But George Springer was paid and is being paid to perform. We've talked about this. What do we say? Just keep George Springer healthy until September. Just keep George Springer healthy until the playoffs. Well, they did that this year. Congratulations to the high performance department. They really did. They kept old brittle George healthy for the whole season. So nicely done. The necessary follow to that is that the dude come through.
I just say this: they threw him fastball after fastball after fastball.
Yeah. Although he did move a runner over. Don't forget now. He said yesterday that moving a runner over is part of his game. He did do that. He did move a runner over to third. He did do that. Look. It's why you brought George Springer in here, right? Same reason that, frankly, the Twins brought Carlos Correa in. Same reason they brought Carlos Correa in. It was, and I've got to tell you, the way the game started tonight with Springer reaching in that air, I thought that, to me, Felipe Alou always used to say, when the first play of the game isn't made, it's over. You might as well that was just his thing. Might as well just stop the game. Let's go home. Let's get the pitching ready for the next day. But, other than that, yeah, George Springer didn't do much of anything. Matt Chapman had a 401-foot fly ball, which got everybody excited. But, I didn't think it was out. I didn't think it had a chance of getting out.
When's the last time you saw him at a home run to right center?
I would have to look, Kev.
It'd have been not this year.
I would have to look. Junior in Scarborough, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey guys. I just wanted to talk about George Springer, but it's just like, Jeff, if you say him getting 150 M's doesn't matter, like, what are we talking about here?
But that's what the market. Yeah, all I'm saying is that's what the market bared. That's what it cost to sign him. If the Jays didn't give him that, the Mets were going to give him that. This is why I don't get upset about how much money a dude is making, because someone gave it to him. And yeah, when you get a salary like that, obviously there are expectations. But I don't blame George Springer because somebody gave him $150 million. I blame him because he was 0 for 4 today. 0 for 4, whether he's making $150 million contract or $50 million or $5 or whatever, I don't care. But the money thing with professional athletes has always driven me nuts. Because, if you want to get mad at somebody, get mad at the general managers that signed him. Yeah, that's just the way I look at it. Would you take 150? I'd take 150. Heck, I'd take 150,000 to do my job. Never mind 100, maybe not 150. But you know what I mean. I would take. You take what you're being paid. No, and that's why I just don't get this whole bringing up how much money a guy makes. I just don't. It's like you're blaming a dude for the fact that people are paying him a ton of money.
So do you want me to respond to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
That makes no sense whatsoever. Like, absolutely 0 cents. They're paying him that much money because they think highly enough of him. This time of the year, thank you. This time of the year that they would rather have him up in the 9th inning with a runner on to get a giant hit to help this team win a baseball game. That's why they dump a bunch of money into him, because they've seen him do it before. So absolutely it matters. Absolutely. Or they would have paid somebody else way less than that could lead off. Why do you think John Snyder said, I'm putting you back in the leadoff spot and leaving you there? What was that, like 4 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So we could get comfortable again. This time of the year,
I get it. I get it. But my point is, it doesn't.
Nobody's blaming George for signing the contract for $150 million.
So he's being overpaid. It's not his fault.
Nobody says it is.
Well, that's anytime.
But there's expectation. When you sign it, there's expectations come with that. It's just the way it is. I'm not going to talk about you.
I mean, maybe.
The way I would talk about Kevin Biggio.
Maybe.
No, there's no maybe.
Maybe. I don't think that the suggestion then is that the money is having an impact on how George Springer plays.
Absolutely not.
So then what are we bringing? Then what are we bringing up the money for?
Because there's expectations come with that, and then you brought it up that he's 0 for 4, and he's a big deal. He's a big deal because they brought him here to do not 0 for 4s.
I just think talking about how much money a dude makes is silly. You're a major leaguer. Mitchell and Markham, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Because contract talk drives me nuts. Because it's just people need to understand that guys get paid what you and talking about Chapman. The market determines what you get paid. Guys take advantage of it. That's all. It doesn't change the type of player George Springer is because he's making all that money. He's been paid for what he's done in the past. It's entirely possible he's not that good anymore. That's not his fault. Mitchell and Markham, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Okay. Good evening, Kevin and Jeff. This is about a year of frustration coming out after this loss, and I agree with so many of the things that have been said. I really think Schneider himself is still learning a lot about baseball and still making poor decisions. 2 examples. I thought he took Gosman out early because he had found his groove. And then he took out Varshall to replace him with Merrifield. And if Varshall would learn to bunt and use that strength and his speed,
Varshall's
then he might get on base a little better.
Varshall's a great bunter.
But he's never bunted with a right-handed pitcher.
Hold it. How many games have you watched this year?
Left-handed pitcher coming in.
How many games have you watched this year? How many games have you watched? Dalton Varshall didn't bunt?
No.
You've never seen him bunt?
Merrifield.
Yeah, but you're saying you've never seen him bunt this year?
No. I've never seen him bunt against a right-handed pitcher. If you can bunt left and you can bunt right-handed pitchers. So you can do both, okay? Second thing, Vladdy versus Bichette. Vladdy's got to go, okay? He's a big bat, but he's a big ego. He's out of shape, and he can't function on his own in there. He's obviously been too many voices in his head. And he can't go after an outside pitch and drive it to the wrong field consistently, which is what he should be doing. And also, I come back to what Barker's been saying all year long. These Jays are the stupidest hitters ever. They have no plan whatsoever when they come up against. They can't foul third and second pitches to create extra at-bats. When they come up in the first inning, they are bloody well swinging at the first pitch, and oftentimes you have a first inning when there's 5 or 6 pitches. That's all the team has seen, and then the pitcher has to go out again. So they've got to get control.
They are not a good first inning team. You're right about that. They're the first inning. They're outscored tremendously. 12. By the way, I'm just going to drop this in for you to further your point. 12 consecutive games now they haven't scored in the first inning.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. And also going on to who should have been pitching today or tomorrow, it should be Bassett. Whenever he's pitching, he's got the most number of wins because the team responds best behind him. They're hitting the ball, and
he's given up a ton of home runs.
Yeah, I know, but he's got so much more control of different pitches that he might be able to befuddle some of these rookies that obviously are producing, and Toronto hasn't got any rookies that are producing at all because Atkins can't figure out how to get some power running baseball players into his infield and his outfield. He can do pitching, okay, that's for sure. But as for a system, we've got virtually nothing but second basemen. And maybe they might be able to hit. And just a last little point. I don't want to see Merrifield or Brendan Belt anymore. They are totally ineffective. I want to see young kids that can hit the ball, that can run, that will play defense. And last of all, when he took out
I thought
Varsho,
you said that was last.
He's weakens his outfield. And we've seen it 3 or 4 times in the last month where Merrifield couldn't get the balls that Varsho would have had easily, and it would have made a difference in the game. So you can see by my emotion, it's a whole year of stuff. And I'm just not a kid that's looking at this. I played ball for 50 years. I've had coaches with Roger Nielsen and
Who the hell's Roger Nielsen was a hockey coach.
I won a championship in 1967 playing baseball for Canada and was on the first team that ever won a game in the U.S. in their tournaments. So I know my baseball. And the one rule that we always stuck by, and Barker agrees with me, is that when you're behind, you aren't swinging at the first pitch. You're not swinging until they throw you a strike. And if you go back to the Horwitz at bat with bases loaded in Colorado, you go back to today, so many Bichette's at bat, they're swinging at first pitches when they're behind. They should never be doing that. So I call them the stupidest hitters in baseball. That's my comment for tonight. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mitchell. Be well. Job. Thank you. So, Barker, why don't you take that call?
Hey, Mitchell's frustrated.
Oh, he is.
He's allowed to be frustrated.
The Varsho
Some of
thing,
that I don't agree with.
No, the Varsho thing. I mean, you pointed out you've got to get a dude on base there. You know, I have to admit, I didn't think about. It didn't occur to me about Varsho bunting in that particular situation. I hadn't even thought of it. We've seen him do it before, but
I think he has a bench with a right-hander on it. I think there's a lefty on the mound who never or rarely gives up a hit against the lefty. The odds of Dalton Varsho getting a hit or possibly getting on base against that lefty is slim.
Yeah. But I do agree with the call. The one thing that happens when you do take Varsho out and put Merrifield in, you do weaken the outfield defense. But you're playing to try to get something going at that point. And Dalton Varsho did not have good at bats tonight. I mean,
I don't know how he can complain about taking Kevin Gausman out and not allowing him to face the top of the order for the third time. Like, they couldn't wait till it rolled around so they could take him out. Like, he's just not good today.
Yeah, we can quibble about the decision to take Kevin Gausman out in that playoff game against Seattle. I don't think there's any quibble with getting him out here. And as a matter of fact, if you're looking for a bright light today out of this game, bullpen I thought was really good. And
unbelievable.
Chad Green, we don't know. This series could end tomorrow. But I liked what I saw out of the bullpen. I think Jordan Hicks is going to drive me nuts.
I don't know how in anybody's right mind, by watching this game, they could blame John Snyder.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Did anybody watch them hit?
You know what, though? People are always going to blame the manager. Before we take a break, I want to go to Kevin Gausman. Kevin Gausman talking to the media, talking about where the Blue Jays, go from here.
After how you guys felt at the end of last wildcard series, does that motivate you to not feel that way again?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously we're trying to win tomorrow to keep this thing going and have to. So We know that. We've been in this situation last year. Last year we came out with our hair on fire last year, too, in Game 2. So, hopefully we can do that again.
That was Kevin Gossman. I don't know, hair on fire. I just get a hit. I don't care. I don't need anybody's hair on fire. I mean, it's desperation time. John Schneider, by the way, saying that everybody is available tomorrow, with the exception of Kevin Gossman, with it being an elimination game. But yeah, you're right. Kevin, and it does pain me because anybody who listens to this show knows what we feel about Kevin Gossman and how good he's been for this team. But you got to post up, man.
Twins are living rent-free, Jeff.
Oh, they are.
Rent-free. He had nothing to do with tipping pitches. That had nothing to do with it.
If only somebody in Toronto had been telling people that they wanted no part of the Twins. If only there was a voice in the wilderness. If only some talk show host or something.
Oh, the same
was
one that
warning, was warning you about the Twins.
The same one that says money don't matter. How about that?
You are what you are. 416-870-05, and it is what it is. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590. The Toronto Blue Jays have lost the first game of the best-of-3 wild card, 3-1 to the Minnesota Twins. Jose Barrios against Sonny Gray tomorrow. Game 3, if necessary, goes Thursday. Congratulations to my Minnesota Twins for ending their 18 consecutive game losing streak. And for the Toronto Blue Jays, you're now on the clock, 5-0. Vladdy and Bo still haven't won a postseason game. And the clock is ticking. The service time clock is ticking. We'll take a break and come back. Take a look at the other games being played today. I wonder how those Rays did. It's Blue Jays Talk on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top-quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, and I know a foul when I see one. And there's nothing more foul than rising interest rates. So when I'm not calling the ball game, I'm calling Pizza for a hot and fresh fixed-rate pizza. An extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $16.99 until the end of 2023. So when inflation throws you a curveball, at least your pizza price won't. That's what I call a swing and a drive. Lock in today at fixedratepizza.ca.
Order pizza.ca.
With the price of a new vehicle, I'm not buying one anytime soon. Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
It was always about this moment.
Jays are headed to the postseason.
Target acquired. Ready for the next level.
It took a team to get here. A loud nation will push us further. The goal remains the same. It's bigger. It's louder.
This pitching clinic.
It's the postseason. It's time. Get next level loud.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
People are completely irrational.
Exactly. Mondays on City TV. One error in judgment leads to another. The question is why? He has solving crime. Understanding human nature can be a superpower. Down to a science. Which is why the FBI ends up calling me.
I need your help solving a murder.
Oh, yeah? Whose murder?
Mine.
Jesse L. Martin stars in The Irrational. All new Mondays 10/9 Central on City TV or stream it on City TV Plus.
Side effects of postseason baseball may include a little extra zip on your fastball. Please see a doctor if your heater lasts more than 4 hours. The Blue Jays live here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yeah, it seems like it's been fitting for a while. I thought overall the game, we played a good game and didn't get the breaks that we needed to. In these type of games, damage is a big part of it, and a couple homers got you. But, I think that this group is, overall, you look at the body of work and how many times that we have been in this situation, it seems like a lot. And I know they're going to come out ready tomorrow.
I just wish they'd stop. That's all. Just stop. Taking a look around the out-of-town scoreboard, there were 3 other games today, wild card games. Mr. Barker's Rays were humbled by the Texas Rangers. The Rays making 4 errors in that game. Oof. 4-0 Texas won, and as we all predicted, Jordan Montgomery has emerged as the early star of the postseason. Arizona, Milwaukee, they're just going to bludgeon each other 3-3 in the bottom of the third, and we will join Miami and Philadelphia in progress at the bottom of the hour at 8:30 following the conclusion of Blue Jays talk. So the numbers as always, 416-870-0590, 888-666-0590, star 590. By the way, those Twins unis, solid. You got to admit, Barker, those Twin Cities uniforms are solid. No answer from Barker. Fun,
I don't care. Jeff,
fun,
I don't care.
I'm trying to.
I picked the Jays to win in 2.
Oh, I did too.
I don't care.
You picked it to win in 2. Yeah, well, that was just dumb. I picked them to win in 3. Had they played the Rays, I would have picked them to win in 2.
I can't.
But again, we don't want to play the Rays because the House of Horrors. We don't want to go anywhere near. Curtis and Barry, you're on Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker.
Hey guys, I just gotta quickly warn you here. I'm not in the Baseball Hall of Fame like one of your last callers, but I'll do my best here. So, I got to play a bit of a devil's advocate here. Like, I all super valid points. Like, Gosman didn't have his stuff. The top of the order stunk, all that. But, like, I can't help but look back, and you're like John Schneider nailed it. Like, at the body of work here, couple homers got you, blah, blah, blah. But, like, Chapman hits that 2 feet more, and it's a completely different game. And the Jays out-hit the Twins. In my opinion, like, the Twins' defense won this game, and the Jays didn't necessarily lose it, if that makes any sense. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Jays have been a good defensive team all year. Mm-hmm. The Jays have been a good pitching team all year. Mm-hmm. Kevin Gossman was hurt by 2 pitches. They just happened to be home runs, which is never a good thing. The bullpen was fine. But offensively, with all due respect, they got a lot of hits. They didn't get any that mattered. I mean, they didn't. I'm going to trademark this phrase because I've used the phrase empty calories to describe this offense all year. Because that's what all these stats are to me. I don't care you out-hit the Twins. You lost 3-1. Look, this wasn't a tire fire. This wasn't a mess of a game. This is kind of the way you expect playoff baseball to be when you got 2 dudes pitching who are among the league leaders in strikeouts, and you got one team that can't beg, borrow, or steal a hit. I mean, that's just the way it is. And do I think the Blue Jays have a chance tomorrow? Of course they've got a chance tomorrow. Absolutely. Because they've got Jose Barrios going, and we know that they're going to play a clean game. But somebody's got to come up with a big hit, Parker.
Yeah, Sonny Gray's thrown 184 innings. He's given up 8 homers. 8.
So you're saying there's no chance?
Homers. Well, I'm saying they might need to hit a couple of homers.
Well, and I'm
this
also
dude never gives up homers.
Well, that's see, there you go. I was trying to you, and we were both on the same page about this. As good as Pablo Lopez has been, we both said the same thing. The game that we kind of went was Sonny Gray, and now we're going about a game that could end the Blue Jays season and extend the Bo and Vladdy losing streak to 0-6.
He's got three different fastballs and a sweeper. That's nightmarish.
I cannot believe we've been on the air for 45 minutes. It took 45 minutes for someone to call up.
Can I say his name?
No. Jacob in Mississauga. Billy and Markham. I don't know where Billy and Markham is. I don't want to know where Billy, you can call up anytime. You know I love you. I love you like a brother.
Got me.
But yeah, I know you did. Jacob in Mississauga, though, you've got you want to ask us the question that I've been waiting all night for someone to ask. Go ahead.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to have a rookie stud hitting home runs? Where is Davis Schneider? Is this guy dead? What's John Schneider doing with these lineups? He made fumble after fumble last year in the Seattle series, and the guy just put on a disaster class today. I don't care about the bullpen. You don't win games 1-0. You win games 7-3. You need runs, and you know what? Brandon Belt didn't do it. And John Schneider's got to take some accountability here. We had a rookie stud carry us. Basically, this team would not be in the postseason without Davis Schneider.
Can I just ask you?
On the bench.
Okay, just hang on, Barker, because I know you love the stat. What has Davis Schneider done lately?
What has he done lately?
Yeah, what was it? He was 0 for 31 going into...
he hit 154 in September.
Yeah, he was 0 for 31 going into I believe, the last game of the season. Yeah, Jacob, with all due respect, he's not very good. I mean, he's not. He's a guy who hasn't hit in September when the team needed somebody. He's going to be in the team next year. I have no doubt he's going to be in the team next year. I'm not entirely certain I want him starting in a playoff game next year or the year after or the year after that. I know people in this city, they fell in love with Munenori Kawasaki. People love the story. They love the mustache. I get it. And good on Davis Schneider for plugging along and making a career. It's like the Miami Marlins have John Bertie, a guy who was a Jays farmhand, 32nd round pick. He's playing now. Good for these guys. That's great. But Jacob, come on. You cannot honestly tell me, and Jacob's drop. Folks, you can't tell me that you looked at that game and said, you know what the Jays needed to break out of that? They needed Davis Schneider. Am I wrong here, Barker? Am I being a killjoy?
The first four guys didn't have an RBI. He ain't going to hit in the first four spots. If the first four guys in the first four spots don't do something tomorrow, they'll be on the plane back to Toronto.
Jamie and Stovall. Oh, you've been waiting all year to talk to Barker about this. Jamie, I'm going to give you the floor. I'm just going to leave the room and go get some coffee. Barker, you're on your own with this guy. Trust me. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you very much. Parker, you said you wanted to hear someone try to blame John Schneider tonight, and I know that isn't what you meant, and I am going to blame John Schneider, but not for what he did tonight, for what he's done all season, and even back to last year, too. Maybe it's all Jays management. How you can have these guys hitting balls off the wall, not hustling out of the box, getting thrown out at second, or running through stop signs at third, and they never get benched. Because maybe if John Schneider had benched one out, Bo or Vladdy earlier tonight, or earlier in the season, we wouldn't have had this happen in the playoffs. It happens. You know who doesn't get thrown out at second base after they tried to turn like that? They had a home run? Kevin Kiermaier and George Schneider, because they were brought up in a different system. Toronto coddles its sports players.
You mean George Springer, not George Schneider, unless...
Sorry, yes. Sorry, George Springer.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so go ahead. But I just want to hear what you guys have to think about whether we are too easy on them.
Floor is yours, Kevin.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Well, yeah, that's what the
there ain't no chance
said.
in hell. There ain't no chance in hell he's benching Bo Bichette. Not a chance. He moved him from the 2-hole to the 7th hole.
But it's going to make him play better, Kevin.
Year. Yeah. I guess he's got to walk by him and slap him in the face. And, we need you to try harder and pay attention to the third base coach. Stop leading the American League hits. Okay, if you want to blame the manager, go for it. Me, I've been in clubhouses. I would rather blame the $150 million man.
Oh, there you go, bringing up
rather
the
do
money
that.
again.
Yeah, because
you're just another sour former ball player pissed off at a dude making a lot of money.
Instead of people wanting John Schneider to bench his best players. Okay. If that's what you guys want, it ain't never going to happen.
Don't be an angry former player.
It ain't
upset at dudes making money. It's unbecoming of you.
Once again, I mean, occasionally you're going to say some things that will make you scratch your head. You've been wearing that one out for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
I've been scratching my head for 15 minutes.
I know, and you don't have enough hair to do that. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590.
John should fire you.
John's going to bench me tomorrow. John's going to bench me tomorrow, and he wants me to go out and punch somebody tomorrow when I'm in first base and try harder. And because if I try harder, maybe I'll be able to hit a pitch I haven't been able to hit for the first 16 years of my career. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Folks, the good news is there is a second game tomorrow. The world has not ended yet. The earliest that can happen is tomorrow night. So relax. Robin Hamilton, you're gonna bring this down a little bit, right? You're going to establish a sense of decorum here and kind of bring us back to earth, right? Because you're from the Hammer. You're one.
Yeah.
You and I are from the Hammer. We're regular people, not like these other phony baloney folks from Toronto and the other parts of the world. So go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So listen. This team has been playing like this all year long. And the previous caller was saying bench players. You're not going to do it on a playoff game. When you get Springer going 5-0, when you go Belt going 4-0, when you got Biggio doing basically nothing and Guerrero doing nothing. I understand Bo Bichette, you know what, he was hitting singles and doubles, and you know what, he was taking the pitches. We don't take the pitches, and then all of a sudden we get Guerrero on second with no out. Bo comes up and starts swinging like he's going to pull his shoulder. What are you doing? What are you doing trying to be a hero like that? It's simple baseball. It's simple baseball. You got 24 hours to get your head in this game. Like, you run over third. You've been playing like that all year. Not only him, other players. You run past third trying to make it home. What the hell are you doing? It's going to be bases loaded with Chapman. Okay, I know he hasn't been playing great, but you know what? At least give it a chance. This team has to learn how to play as a team. And it shows when the batters are going up there, they're not. They're playing for themselves. When you got guys running bases and you know what? They got 24 hours, and I don't blame the manager. They only got a 6 hit. They only got 5 hits off us. 5. Thank God for our bullpen. And I know it was those 2 home runs, but only 5. Yeah, we only got 6 or 7, whatever it was. But guys, you guys need to wake up and stop. You know, the pitches, the first 2 pitches, they were hitting them 60% of the time. That is unacceptable. Work the count. Like, unbelievable. You got 24 hours to get your head in the game, and hopefully these guys start understanding you don't need to crack it, over 300 feet and that. Just small ball, guys. That's all I got to say. Go Jays, and hopefully we get it tomorrow. Take care, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Bo's at bat in the 8th after Vladdy doubles. You're going to get a sweeper. You're going to get sweepers galore from Griffin Jacks. Did Bo try too hard to be the cleanup hitter in the Toronto Blue Jays in that at bat? I mean, he swung at 2 pitches that were not, again, not even Andy Fletcher. Well, he might have called the one. But I was going to say not even Andy Fletcher would have called him strikes. Did you think that maybe that may have been one of the few times we saw Bo kind of come out of himself a bit?
I think we got to remember too. Griffin Jack's had a pretty good year.
He's had a really. That bullpen is good.
Yeah, he's not the easiest kid.
No.
Like if you're a right-handed hitter, it's not the easiest at bat. So we got to remember there is a dude standing on the mound who's got pretty good stuff. Who knows what your weaknesses are and knows how he's trying to attack you and where he wants the ball to end up. Right. That's the ultimate sentence right there. Is where he wants it to end up. Do I think maybe he chased knowing that they're down 3-1 and he's hitting cleanup? Absolutely. Like I've said this to you. They don't have a cleanup hitter. I know they're putting Bo in there, and I know Jeff Blair has been yelling and screaming. The boy, this lineup would be so much better if Bo Bichette was hitting cleanup. Yeah, that's because Jeff Blair's never tried to hit cleanup. It's not the easiest thing to do just to stick anybody in the cleanup spot. So, and that at bat there is sort of what I think people that have tried to do that will tell you that sometimes that's what it's going to look like when you're not just used to doing it. Bo's an unbelievable hitter.
Yeah, my point with Bichette in the cleanup spot was when you're playing for the big inning, I want my best hitter cashing in the runs. You're right. He's not a cleanup hitter. And I'm not saying that I want Bo to be the cleanup hitter going forward. I don't. But in this team, there's nobody else I want up with runners in scoring position.
I agree with you.
That was my point about Bo.
Yeah.
If they had made a deal, if they'd brought in another hitter or signed somebody in the offseason, then no, I don't want. My whole point with Bo hitting cleanup is that he's the only guy in that lineup I trust to get a hit. I can't put it any other way. And quite often, doesn't do me any good having him get a hit in the number 2 spot and finishing the inning standing in third because nobody else has been able to drive him in.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
can't argue that.
And we saw today, the 2 hits that he got, the poke to right field, only Bo in this team. Nobody in this team gets to that ball.
No,
but few guys in baseball do. And then of course he ran into the out at home plate. But yeah, I that at bat in the 8th inning, when you see at bats like that, you realize the difference between a dude who is. One, he's a great hitter. He's the best hitter in your team. He's one of the best hitters in the American League, but he's not a run producer. And you realize that now. I realize that now.
I thought you said the RBI was a team stat.
It is a team stat.
Why are you pointing out individuals?
It's a team stat, but you got to have somebody who brings it in.
Oh, so it matters. It only matters when they don't get it done.
Pretty much.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Let's have an analytics debate with 3 minutes left in the show.
That stat only matters when they don't get it done. Yeah.
You're so predictable.
Boy.
You really
I'm right.
I'm tired.
I'm with you.
Well, like I said, I've seen this game. I've seen this game 1,000 times before. I just have. I've seen that inning at least 100 times. Well, I play 162 games, probably 40 times. I've just seen that. And it gets predictable. It gets predictable after a while.
We've said this a bazillion times. Tomorrow's no different. Jose Barrios is the most important guy on that team.
Oh, yeah.
If he does not hold them down scoreless until like the 5th or 6th inning to give the Blue Jays a chance, Sonny Gray's going to carve them up for a while. Jose Barrios is going to have to give that lineup a chance to get a hanger. And hopefully whoever's up there is good at hangers. That's it.
That's pretty much where we are. It's pretty much where we are. Again, the Jays 3-1 losers to Minnesota, the first game of this best-of-3 series. John Schneider saying that everybody is available tomorrow. It'll be all hands on deck with the exception of Kevin Gossman. It will be a 4:38 Eastern first pitch. Ben Wagner and Chris LaRue will have the call of the game for you on Sportsnet 590. The Fan, of course, the game will be across the Sportsnet family of television stations. God, that television station sounds like makes me sound old. Anyhow, I don't know why. It'll be across all the Sportsnet channels. Sportsnet.ca is your one-stop shop for all Blue Jays coverage during the postseason. And, of course, we here on Sportsnet 590, the Fan, will have you covered all day tomorrow leading up to Game 2 of this best-of-3 wildcard series. So, For all of us here at Blue Jays Talk, for Kevin and me, thank you for joining us. We will give way now to the Miami Marlins and the Philadelphia Phillies. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. While the team makes a push in the postseason, make sure you are prepping your ride for cold weather with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today at crown.com or visit the location nearest you.
CJCL Toronto. You're listening to the National League Wildcard Game on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top-quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, and I know a foul when I see one. And there's nothing more foul than rising interest rates. So when I'm not calling the ball game, I'm calling Pizza for a hot and fresh fixed-rate pizza. An extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $16.99 until the end of 2023. So when inflation throws you a curveball, at least your pizza price won't. That's what I call a swing and a drive. Lock in today at fixedratepizza.ca.
Order pizza.ca.
With the price of a new vehicle, I'm not buying one anytime soon.
Have you decided to keep your vehicle longer? With rising prices and reduced inventory, you're not the only one. Crown is here to help. Our annual rust protection program will keep your vehicle looking great and lasting longer. And it doesn't cost much more than a tank of gas these days. So come on over to your local Crown Center today and protect your vehicle, your investment from rust. Crown. Protect, maintain, save.
CJCL Toronto. You're listening to the National League Wildcard Game on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
And a swing and a foul just back and to the right under us. You're ready to grab that bare-handed?
Yeah.
I'm bolder than I.
Look, I'm locked in, okay? There's a lot of juice in the house. I'm feeling it, too. It's not just the starting pitchers.
Castellanos, the Miami area native, grounds the 1-1 foul up the third baseline. And the count is 1-2. Phillies signed him to a 5-year deal before last season, and one of the teams that was part of his courtship was Miami. He got his hopes up about that. His son lives down there. The 1-2 is in the dirt, 2-2. But it did not come to fruition. Nevertheless, he signs with Philadelphia, goes to the World Series in year number 1. You could say that worked out pretty good.
Yeah, I think he picked a nice landing spot. This Phillies team does not look like they're going anywhere anytime soon.
Wind up in the 2-2 for the lefty Luzardo, and that's up and in. K-Zone says it was strike 3. However, Stu Sherwater, the home plate ump, does not, so it's 3-2.
99, and Jesus Luzardo wanted that one, needless to say.
Some sizzle. He lowers the glove, the 3-2 pitch, grounded up the middle, past the mound, right to Arise at second base, who takes his time, hops and throws on to first, and that retires Castellanos. So, for Luzardo, after he gave up a single to Schwarber and a double to Turner, he's now retired 4 in a row with the bottom third of the order on the way.
We got a couple of elite arms pitching at a very high level. I know Luzardo looked a little shaky early, but wow, since the strikeout of Harper, he is executing at a very high level.
26-year-old against a 25-year-old Bryson Stott. Shows him a fastball at 97 for a called strike 1. And Stott, the Las Vegas native, at second base for the Phillies. He'll be 26 on Friday. Here's the 0-1. Outside and low. 1 ball, 1 strike. First full season playing second base for Stott. And certainly in contention for a Gold Glove. We saw some great defense already in this game from him. 1-1 pitch. Wave and a miss with the slider. 1-2. Phillies haven't had a second baseman win the Gold Glove since Manny Trio back in 1982. Been a while.
Well, Stott has really solidified himself this year as an everyday player. Has actually hit a couple clicks higher versus lefties than righties on the season.
1-2 hits straight down off the plate, stays 1 ball 2 strikes. So he's defying the splits there.
He is, and as you said, the switch from shortstop to second has really elevated him defensively. Not that he can't play shortstop, he certainly can, but there are some guys that when they go to second, the stress is a little bit less, and that can sometimes make the bat take off.
1-2 pitch, line foul, off to the left side, out of play. Bottom 2, the Marlins and the Phillies are scoreless here at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Phillies got 2 aboard in the first, did not score, and the Marlins still waiting for their first base runner. And we saw Stott on a diving play spike a throw to first base that looked probably intentional. Here's the 1-2. Foul down the third base line again, out of play.
Yeah, I think the manner in which he did it and how far in front of first base he bounced it makes me think he absolutely did that on purpose, which I've really never seen anybody do on dirt the way he did it, but it was a perfect one-hopper to Bryce Harper.
1-2 again. And it's in at the knees for a called third strike. 97 at the bottom of the zone. Bryson Stott, hands on his hips, walks away, but has a word at home before he does. Second strikeout for Luzardo, and 2 away for the Phillies in the last of the second.
Well, 97 down and away, and Cortez maybe didn't receive that one as well as he would have liked to, but Sherwater got it right. That ball is on the bottom and at the edge, and another beautiful pitch from Luzardo.
And now Christian Pache, the left fielder, with a swing and a miss at a first pitch slider, 0-1. Well, he gets the start today, and really what's the only spot left that is a rotation for the Phillies. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, nothing in 2, because they've got in the left field rotation Marsh and Wilson. But Marsh generally not going to start against a left-handed pitcher, and the other option, Weston Wilson. I felt like Pache gave them the better option there in left field, but later on in the game you could see substitutions as well. 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, back-to-back Ks. And Luzardo has certainly settled in. He goes 1-2-3 in the second. He's retired 6 in a row. And we've got 2 in the books, scoreless in Philadelphia between the Marlins and the Phillies. This is the National League Wild Card on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The first 48 hours are critical.
Tuesday, October 3rd, City TV has the premiere of the highly anticipated new series, Found.
We find missing people.
Gabby Mosley is a public relations specialist with one mission, to find the forgotten.
You save lives.
But she has a few secrets of her own that may complicate things.
We won't rest until we have answers.
Found, series premiere, Tuesday, October 3rd on City TV, or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com.
At Toyota, we believe your vehicle is more than just a ride. It's your trusty sidekick. So make sure it's ready to go, because there's a 100% chance of winter this winter. And you can take those odds to the bank, not the snowbank. Trust the experts at Toyota for premium winter tires, batteries, brakes, and more. Beat the winter rush and book an appointment today. Visit shoptoyota.ca or contact your local Toyota dealer.
What's happening these days? Gas and food prices are through the roof, and mortgage rates are skyrocketing too. Talk about bad timing. There's bills, car payments, kids' lessons, and what about the fun stuff? You need room to breathe and someone to help figure it out. You need New Borrow to show you how to solve your debt and save money with the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with New Borrow.
Start your new tomorrow at newborrow.com.
This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Don't miss the Rangers and the Rays in the American League Wild Card tomorrow at 3 p.m. on ABC television and here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Rangers with a win in Game 1 today at Tropicana Field. Mike Monaco and Todd Frazier will have that game for you tomorrow afternoon right here on ESPN Radio. Meanwhile, here in Philadelphia, we go to the third scoreless. Mike Cousins, Chris Burke, glad to have you along with us. Zach Wheeler, the starter for the Phillies, 6 up, 6 down. 3 ground ball outs and a strikeout And the bottom third of the order now begins with the right fielder, Jesus Sanchez. First pitch to him. Swing and a miss late on the fastball, 97. And it's 0-1 to an offense that was outscored in sum this year by a total of 55 runs. The windup and the 0-1 to the lefty Sanchez. He takes a strike, 0-2. So they were outscored by 55. It is the worst run differential by any team to ever make the postseason. And yet, here they are. Same chance as anybody else. 0-2 to Sanchez from Wheeler. Swinging a grounder off the hands. Ooh. Under the glove of a diving Turner, and it squeaks into left field. That came off the bat with some sizzle, and Turner just couldn't get there in time. It looked like he may have affected it with his glove as it came off the bat from Sanchez, and that's the first base runner of the night for the Marlins.
Yeah, it jammed him from a standpoint of almost no extension, but I think he caught it on the sweet spot, and I think it tricked Turner a little bit. I don't think he thought that ball was hit as hard as it was. Little dew on the grass tonight, and that ball really skidded through the infield and past a diving Turner.
So Sanchez at first for the shortstop, John Birdie. Righty to righty. Birdie lets a sinking fastball clip the bottom of the zone for strike one. Birdie now the longest tenured position player on this roster. And it hasn't been terribly long. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. So prior to this season, talking about run differential, only 5 teams in the history of the sport had made the postseason in a year where they were outscored. And the last time it happened was the Diamondbacks in 2007. And only one of those previous 5 teams ended up winning it all, the 87 Twins. 1-1. Birdie fouls it away in the air down the right field line. The count 1-2.
Outscored at all.
At all.
Like had a negative. Only 5 teams have ever had a negative run difference.
That's right.
Theirs is 55.